All right, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Hey man,
I'm doing great.
That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, so before we get started, I just want to talk to the audience a little bit. If you're out there watching this live, or if you're watching this later, welcome. This is Traveler Mongoose Traveler, second edition, and we are playing Pirates of Drinax, and we've got a large complement of heroes, and we should be raising hell, I guess, as we go along. So we'll see how that happens. What happens there? Okay, I want to have a disclaimer here. I noticed that I'm the only one with my camera on, and not everyone has the capability or the willingness to turn on their camera, so I understand that. So there's no pressure there. But if at any point I feel like 7 players is too many, because 7 players is quite a bit. And I need to trim the fat, which hopefully I never will have to do that. But if I do, that will be a consideration of mine. Okay, just FYI. Okay, I can see that Mason's got his camera on.
I just forgot to turn it on.
Yeah, no worries. It's not again, it's not really a very big requirement. And we got Rob active in the
I put
camera
on a shirt
world.
just for this. I mean,
Oh, really? Which shirt is it?
I wear it in a lot of these. It's just a bad Hawaiian shirt from Ross. It's great.
I have a Traveler polo that I almost never
got a
wear.
camera? Oh, I laugh.
I don't know why. I mean, I don't wear polos very often. I think that's part of it. My keyboard commands are not working properly. Okay, there we go. I did it again. Here we go. All right, so just so you know, you guys are in the middle of jump space. But before we get started with the whole like exposition, because I'm gonna take the first few minutes to kind of give you guys an info dump. I'm just gonna like unload on you guys. So if you want to take notes as on your character sheet, now just if you were to look at your tabs, the last one is notes, and you can keep track of anything that you want there. Yeah, so I'm actually surprised that this character sheet has such a large notes page, but I'm appreciative of that. Okay, but before we get started, I have a question for everyone in the cast. I want you to tell me, or tell the audience really, your name, right? Your or your handle if you don't want to use your name, and your character's name, so that they can kind of put the voice and face with the character. And also, I need to know if you drink coffee or if you drink tea.
Wait, hold on. As a person or a character?
That's your decision.
Okay.
I'm going to assume it's the same. Or I'll forget by next week. Okay, so we'll start with Mason, because you're in the top right of my camera screen.
Okay. I have this set at a funny angle. I'll fix that at some point. I'm Mason. I will be playing Eldrit's Parthenian. Captain Eldrit's Parthenian, to be precise. And coffee is abhorrent, but tea is okay sometimes.
Okay. Interesting. I actually have... Okay. So I actually have tea in my cup right here. What flavor of tea do you prefer?
I generally go for herbal teas or sometimes a nice black.
Black tea's good. I like black
Yes.
teas.
Green teas leave a funny aftertaste. I'm not overly fond of it.
Oh, me neither. I'm not a green tea person. All right, so that by activating your camera, you just ousted Mason from the #1 spot. So now we're going to jump to Malix. So
Suffer.
that's right. So go ahead and tell us about you know, who you are, what your character's name is, and whether or not you like tea or coffee.
Okay. My name's Morgan. Online name's Malix. I am playing Strick Velmasson. He started out as a free trader, ended up being very good at shooting, and ended out his time as a dilettante, an ingrate to be specific. So he basically shelped around the galaxy doing nothing of value. I personally right now am drinking some green tea, which is why I was making faces when Mason was saying how bad it is. I do like coffee though. Doesn't like me.
Goes right through you?
So. No.
ulcer.
It gives me ulcers and melts my stomach. So.
Oh goodness.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I drink coffee, but if I had a choice, it would be tea. All right. And it's got to be flavored. I mean, I like black tea every now and then, just straight black tea, but
Yeah.
I like to have like pumpkin spice, or in this case, ginger lemon or something. So,
Oh yeah.
just
Drink the ginger tea a lot lately too. That stuff's good.
and we'll go with Rob.
Hello,
You're
everyone.
next.
My name is Rob. I am playing Maury Sky, who is a degenerate fleer of responsibilities and shooter of both pirates and marines, depending on how long his career went. I used to drink a lot of black coffee,
Okay.
and then I got ulcers.
Oh wow. Okay. Maybe I need to not drink black coffee. Well, when you say black coffee, do you mean like without cream?
Yeah, I would just drink straight black dark roast coffee of whatever kind I could find.
Okay. I'm kind of a medium roast, but I definitely use cream whenever possible. And sugar. I can't do either really without my sugar. Okay, so who would be next? That would be Gabe.
Greetings. My name is Tim. Go by Dink. I'm playing Gabriel Esteban, otherwise known as Gabe, engineer, and I drink coffee, fresh ground beans.
Oh, fresh. All right. You and my wife would get along. She loves that. Okay, I
Does
got
she like
runny nose.
flavored coffee?
Say again.
Does she like flavored coffee?
Not normally, just cream. I have some like flavored creams, but I mean, maybe she would, but she hasn't told me she did.
It's just every once in a while as a treat, I'll cut up one of those Brock's caramels into quarters and drop a piece in when I pour my coffee. It's hella good.
Oh, okay. Kind of like a mocha, but with caramel.
Yes.
Nice. Okay. So then we'll move on to James.
Yes, sir. My name is James. I am playing Tomlin Osmanovic, your ferryman across the river Styx that is the Sea of Stars. Um, Tomlin came from a military family, wanted to get to be as big or bigger than his predecessors, and was forced out at lieutenant while trying to figure out what to do with his life. He received the communique to show up and do this. So here he is, out to prove he's the best pilot.
Okay. Awesome. Let's jump back a step because I must have missed or overlooked Spec.
No, you didn't overlook me. I was just editing my name for my character name on the thing, and it jumped me up to like the seconds.
Oh, it did an alphabetical thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Well, Spec.
My name's Beckman. I am playing Faustus Vandestorm. 34-year-old now adventurer who is just he's in the ship, old retired army person.
Do you
And,
drink tea or coffee?
I drink Pepsi mainly, but I do drink coffee or tea.
Okay, so you have no preference.
No preference.
All right. Prefer
Yes,
soda
yeah.
though.
Yes.
All right, I gotcha. And last but not least, we're looking at Moose.
I go by Moose. My first name's Mustafa. I'm playing Shakater Zian Abustaf, but his character goes by Shaq. He grew up with an intense fascination for alien life and exploration, so he joined the Scouts. Later on, dipping into being a physician and a scholar. And I have like a wide preference between coffees and teas. It really depends on where I am, who I'm with. Something that hasn't been mentioned though is like Turkish coffee and like really concentrated dark stuff that's like you can only drink like a small cup of before you're wired. I think that's a really good time.
Kind of like cappuccino, which I loved when I lived in Italy, but after that, it just isn't the same.
Mhm.
You know, so maybe that's kind of similar. Okay, so there are 2 additional tokens on our crew. 2 crew members. We have Ben Parr. He was picked up as a fill-in because the crew needed an engineer at the time, and he's more of a mechanic than he is really an engineer. He can get in and fix almost anything that's mechanical, but he doesn't really. He does have engineering, but it's like rudimentary, like engineering 0. I think he's got jump drive 1, so he's just there to kind of fill a gap that was empty. But then you went ahead and found a friend in Gabe and brought him on as a full-time actual engineer. So Ben has been kind of pushed down and out towards like damage control or the second drive engineer. Like he'll watch the engines when Gabe is not there, you know, that kind of stuff. Okay, and then the last person on the ship is a Vargar, actually, by the name of Kirsch. He was a captain of his own ship. He was living the life of luxury and had the king of his castle, and then his crew abandoned him on an abandoned space station. The players previous to, or the crew previous to the current crew, rescued him and brought him on board, and he's basically indebted to this crew and is willing to work for a living and do everything that he needs to do to win your favor. He's well-rounded. He has a lot of skills, but mostly he's a good turret gunner. Okay, so now you guys haven't really assigned any. Okay, we're going to jump in just a little bit. We haven't assigned any of the skills that I posted as the package. Looks like Maury reposted it. Is that right in the chat? Okay.
Yeah, we had a discussion about it, and I was just posting it up so people could fill out stuff as they thought they wanted it.
Okay, that's perfect, because that's exactly what we are jumping into right now, because we need to get that out of the way before the game actually starts. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy your chat, and I'm going to put it in the game chat. That way people don't have to go back and forth from Discord to the game. All right, so it's up to you guys how you decide who gets what skill. You guys can fight over it, or rock, paper, scissors, or whatever. But is everybody cool with Maury getting astrogation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have no complaints.
Okay, perfect. The more you can just add astrogation to your character sheet.
I
Awesome.
just realized I don't think I have vaccine.
You should probably take Vaxsuit. That might be really
I was
good.
I was just thinking that. Hold on, let me look.
You don't always need it, but when you need it, you really need it.
Oh, I have vaccine 1. Never mind.
Well, take it again, and then you'll have Vaxsuit 1 really good.
I was hoping to get melee one.
Yeah, I was gonna.
I just-
Sorry. I was gonna
What
say
is
maybe we
leadership?
should.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say we should probably do kind of let people pick and choose from like who has like the least amount of skills up. That's probably like the easiest way to kind of decide this. Or we can just chat it out.
Leadership is a specifically used during combat, where you the leader of the party at the time, and it doesn't have to be the same time or same leader every time. Situation dictates, but whoever makes the leadership role, whatever his effect is, basically anything over 8 counts as a boon that he gets to pass out during the game, during the fight. But on the downside, if you fail your roll, like unable to roll an 8 or better, if you roll less than an 8, then you don't get banes. You just give boons to your opponent, and then I dole them out to my nasty ne'er-do-wells. So it's a way to get boons in the middle of a fight.
Out of curiosity for that, just so we have an idea of who might be the best person for that, does that base off of like int to read the fight, education to think of tactics, sock to command people to higher levels normally? I've never used leadership in any of the games I've played, so I'm just kind of curious.
I think it's intelligence. I think
It defaults to social in the character sheet,
okay.
but knowing that in Traveler there's like make this but with strength.
Right.
I'm sure we can make
Every skill can use any stat. It just depends on the situation. But the default is... Hold on. I've got a whole combat sheet that I plan to use. Wrote up on my own here. Hang on. What do I have then? Probably personal combat. The combat round. Here we go. There's tactics. There's action limit. Leadership. Yeah, it's either intelligence, education, or social standing.
Okay.
Depending on the situation.
I could make good use of it then.
And I lied. It's not boons. It's actually +1s. So you actually give everybody. You can give out a number of +1s.
Dink, shoot
Yeah.
that guy.
Yeah, I think I might also be able to make use of it, but like depends how we'd be like doing boarding and stuff. If it's like because I seem to have inherited the chief boarder responsibility, but if the captain's coming with us, then he can make use of it as well.
I could give it a +2.
Okay. If you're specifically talking about boarding actions between ship to ship, and not like robbing a bank and busting in to shoot the security guard or whatever. If you're actually talking about boarding a ship, there's 2 methods that this campaign uses, and one of them has nothing to do with the players. Just FYI, or I should say the player's actions. Let me back that up. What you do is you tally up some modifiers, you roll a die, and see if the party wins. It's much faster. You don't have to pull out maps and move tokens around and shoot around every corner and blast them. But then the other method is just that. Pull out a map, move your tokens around every corner. It just depends on how many people are going across. If it's 1 or 2, I don't mind. Let's do a boarding action. But if all 7 of you are going across, we're rolling a party success fail. And that's why you hire a bunch of NPC Marines. You send them across, and then you just do a party success or fail. The players don't have to even be participants. Or you could join them. It's not a hard fast rule. This is just situational. If I feel like it'd be really cool to have a long drawn out 2-session fight on board of a ship, we can do that.
But if we rob a sailboat, just roll.
Yeah.
One person.
Yeah. Speaking of sailboats, okay. No, we'll talk about that. Okay, back to the picking the skills. We got the astrogation.
Okay. Diplomat I am not good for. So I would think either James or the noble probably has it, but if you don't,
I already got it. Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, James, if you want it. Anybody else want diplomat?
I mean, I could use it, but I want melee because I'm scared of melee. So I just want to be better at it.
Okay. So I guess James gets Diplo, and anyone else arguing for melee?
Nope.
Okay.
I don't know, but I don't need it.
There's 2 more.
Gunner?
Anyone else want anything specific?
Who has the gunner?
I'll take Gunner. If nobody else wants it.
I do not. I already have it.
Yeah, it's the only thing that I don't have on here.
Oh, if that's the only thing you don't have, then yeah, take it.
Yeah, give her.
Okay. Who still needs something?
There
I
should
do.
There should be 8 skills and 7 of you.
Okay.
Somebody's getting an extra one. And that's fine. Whoever you guys want.
Does anybody not have vac suit 1?
I've got back suit 0.
Probably a
Okay.
background skill.
Yeah, I think. Does everyone else have 1 in it?
I have a 1 in it.
Okay.
I got a 1.
Yeah, then that can
Yeah.
be where the extra one goes. It's vac suit, and you can
Yeah.
have it, so we all have 1.
Oh, good. So the crew is pretty much everybody's trained in vac suit.
That's good.
That is good. Okay.
Very important.
Wait a second. Wait, I'm looking at the 1 under the skill level column, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm at 1. I'm sorry. I'm at 1.
Oh, then everyone has 1, so vac suit's gone.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
All right. So he's got vac suit 1.1. No.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
So,
that leaves gun combat and leadership
And engineer.
and
Yeah.
engineer.
okay.
Oh, go ahead.
I have a very good gun combat. So engineer or leadership would work well for me. I've got
Not gonna lie, I'd like to slide into that engineer slot.
I could take gun combat if you two want to argue out engineer and who gets engineer.
okay.
I'd prefer engineer or leadership, but I'm not really set on any of them.
Do we just want to roll for it? See who gets highest, and then pick down?
Sure. Roll for engineer first, because that might settle the leadership one. Or do you want to just give him that?
Roll for pixies.
Okay, that's the problem of having my camera on one computer and my. There we go.
Dink with an 8.
Oh no!
Dink gets the engineer.
Thank you.
You said you already have good combat, right?
I have gun combat 3.
Now,
So I
now,
could-
Dink,
could
hold
spread
on,
it.
back up. Now, Dink, you already have like a ton of engineering skills, but I know you have a gap, and that's what you're using it for, to fill the gap?
Yeah, I'm filling in my M drive.
Okay, okay. I thought you already had M Drive 1.
No, that was the one I did not have at least a 1 in.
Oh, okay, okay. Perfect. That means you can work on all the engines.
Okay. I'll just take gun combat then. You can have leadership.
Okay, sure.
Because I have a 1 in slug. I could just take 1 in energy for if I ever get my stunner.
Yeah, no, that works.
That
There
does.
we go.
That would work really well. Okay, so now that we've got everybody up to speed, I'm about to do a fairly sizable info dump. Okay, so just sit back, right? Grab your popcorn, get your drink, ready to read or write down any notes that you think are pertinent. And where is my notes? All right. I've got many pages. Now, I don't think that I'm going to go over all of them in this first session, but I do want to go over a good number of them. Okay, just to get you guys primed and ready to go for this campaign. All right, the year. Behind your tokens, you will see. Okay, wow. Okay, I see how you are. I put the my notes, which is a Google Doc, in front of my Roll20, and then when I clicked on Roll20, I couldn't see my notes. Okay, so I'm going to move it off to a different monitor. All right, so you can see behind your tokens is a calendar. Okay, and you've got the year is 1105 of the Third Imperium. It's pretty much a standard counting system across all humanity or all human space. Everybody pretty much uses the imperial calendar, but there are some races that don't, specifically the Oslan. They have their own counting method, their own calendar and stuff. Now, on this calendar, you see like a red token that I've got there, little crosshairs, that is where you are in jump space. You are 1 day out from reaching Marduk. Okay, Marduk being your destination. That up there is really for me to track what and where you are currently. I will type in certain things like when you go into jump, like when you get into a system, I'll put the system name, and then if you fly in and land, or if you go to the gas giant and refuel or what have you. That's basically just to help me track time. And that really only applies when there are time-sensitive missions and stuff. Like maybe something will happen at day 100 and you guys aren't there on day 100, well then you're going to miss it. And when you do get there, you're going to see the aftermath or whatever that thing was. Okay, kind of as an example. All right, now Traveler has mapped the stars and star systems in a hex grid. This is, okay, a lot of you probably already know this, but this is for either the audience or any players that might not know this. So just absorb it. It's mapped in a hex grid. The hexes each represent approximately 1 parsec, which is equivalent to 3.26 light years. So if you were to beam something from one hex to the next, it would take almost over 3.25 years to get there. All right, now there's mainly 2 types of travel engines. One is called the maneuver drive, and another one is called the jump drive. Maneuver drives and jump drives are both rated between 1 and 6. It gives them a value. Maneuver drives are expressed in G's of thrust. So like a 1G or a 2G. And then jump drives are represented in parsecs that they can jump in 1 week. So like a jump 2 engine can jump 2 hexes in 1 week. If you had a jump 6 engine and you decided to jump 2 hexes, it would still take you 1 week. If you jumped 6 hexes, it would take you 1 week. All jumps last plus or minus 7 days. Sometimes a few hours early, sometimes a few hours later, but you can just say 7 days. All jumps consume liquid hydrogen fuel. Okay? And here comes a little bit of math. It's 10% of your hull per hex jumped. So if you're a 200-ton ship, which you are, times 10% is 20 tons. So every hex you jump would require 20 tons of fuel. If you jump 2 hexes, it would be 40 tons. Pretty self-explanatory. Okay. Now, the jump drive uses not only fuel through the power plant to generate enough power to charge. Think of like a capacitor. It charges the jump drive, and then while it's in jump space, it's expending that charge that it has built up. So the fuel is used at the beginning of the jump, and the stored energy is used out throughout the jump. That's why they have this ability to have like an external jump fuel tank. You can power your power plant / jump drive for the jump, disconnect, and then make the jump without using any of your internal fuel, right? So that is an option. All right, the The jump drive also uses a grid that is interlaced, kind of like a spider web or a fishing net, throughout your entire hull. It is, and it's made out of lanthanum. Lanthanum is a specific metal that is that they use because of the way it conducts energy for the jump process. So your hull has, if you were to dig deep or cut it open, you would see this net inside your hull that is made of lanthanum. Okay, just all right, jump space, which is where you're currently at and you'll be at for another day. But jump space is an alternate dimension. So when you enter jump space, you kind of disappear from the radar. You basically vanish, and then you reappear a week later at your destination. It's not it's hard. I'm not sure I can explain it, but you don't travel from point to point. It's kind of like folding space, like from Dune, right? You disappear into jump space, and then you reappear at the destination. But it also does imply, there are certain mechanics that imply that you are traveling from point A to point B, because if you travel within 100 diameters of a astronomical body, you'll be kicked out of jump space. So that's why you cannot jump in to a system closer than 100 diameters, which is a gravitational well measurement. I have a picture somewhere. Where do I have this picture? Maybe handouts, maybe location. Nope. Maybe ship art. I'm looking. Give me a second. I wish I'd put things in alphabetical order. It might have helped me a lot. Chip operations, maybe. It's there. No. Okay, well, I'll get to it. If I find it, I'll show it to you guys. Basically, it's a picture of a ship in jump space. Jump space is it is not survivable. So let's say you're in the airlock, you open it up, and you look, and the ship is in jump space. You'll be okay because you're within the jump bubble. But if you were to exit the ship in jump space, you would probably reappear somewhere between the originating point and the destination point, which would be bad. You'd be in deep space most likely. But if you look out into jump space, it's like looking upon a Cthulhu monster, and you will instantly go insane. So don't do that. Usually, before a ship goes into jump space, all the windows are closed and all the external monitors are turned off to prevent, people from going insane.
So don't look out the window.
Don't look out the window. The there, depending on how good your computer navigation is, your navigator plotting a good course, and how good your jump drive technician is, will determine how smooth the transition into jump space and out of jump space it is. If you are there's pluses and minuses, but basically, if the closer you are to an astronomical body, like if you jump within orbit of a planet or something like that, you're going to get big minuses to make that jump. And the potential problems with making that jump is you will, the worst case scenario is the ship just disintegrates and everybody on board is just instantly vaporized. The best case scenario of a failed jump would be everybody's nauseous. It just affected your equilibrium, you're dizzy, you're falling over yourselves, and you're vomiting and stuff like that. So getting rid of any minuses to those die rolls is very important to most space travelers, and it's pretty much understood that you don't make a jump unless you're over 100 diameters away from any body, because that's when the minuses stop. But it can be done. If you got a really good navigator and really good engineer, you can jump closer and closer to bodies. It's just up to you. All right, communications. This is kind of important in that radios, there's no such thing as subspace, like in Star Trek. There's no communications that go faster than light. So if one world tried to contact another star system, another solar system, by radio, it's going to take over 3 years for them to receive that message. Then they'll have to respond, and then you won't get a reply for 6 years or 6.5 years, right? So mail becomes very important. Carrying a letter from one world to the next is faster than broadcasting a radio message. Think 17th century Earth when you got sailing ships crossing the Atlantic. You got to wait for the ship to get there, and someone actually delivers a handwritten message or verbally, communicates, something from the king or whatever. And then you got to reply, and then it takes a while to get back. So the king doesn't actually get a reply for however long it takes the sailing ships to cross the ocean. That's very much like the communication between the stars. The Empire has established a communications network called the X-Boat Network. It's the Express Boat. It's the Pony Express. It's FedEx, whatever. It's X. And it's kind of like USPS. They're a government agency that delivers mail. And they have Jump 4 ships, and they follow if you look inside the Empire up here, at the top of the map, that red border is the Empire. They follow those green lines up there. Those are called X-Boat routes, and there are worlds that are not on the X-Boat route. They rely on independents to carry mail to them, because the X-Boat doesn't make that journey. So it might take weeks before a ship or a planet that's not on the X-Boat route to get their mail. But they will eventually get it, most likely, possibly. Now, the two lines that I have within the Old Kingdom of Drinax, you'll see a green line and you'll see a light blue line. Those lines are trade routes. Those are not X-Boat routes. Those are they're basically known trade routes. So that's something a little different. So now, as an example, okay, this leads us on to the development of nobility. But you can imagine that the emperor is in the center of the empire. right? He's on Capitol. He's sitting on his iridium throne, and he's playing tiddlywinks. And someone out in Regina, in the Spidman Marches, wants to know if it's okay if they can take a vacation. They would have to send a message to the Emperor, which would take close to 100 years. No, that's not true. Close to a year for him to receive that message, and then he would have to read it, reply, and send the message back, which would take another year. So you won't get a response for 2 years. And so that's no way to run a huge empire. So what the Emperor does, and this is going on for generations. This is kind of like, it's gradually kind of developed into what it is now. The Emperor has given domains, which are like these large areas of space, to these archdukes, and they are his inner circle. Those are guys that he trusts with everything in his being. and then those archdukes have sectors which are inside their domains that they appoint a duke. And then these dukes have subsectors in their area which they assign like earls or counts. Now, if you look on the map on the left, you see these gray box-like areas. Though that's the size of a subsector, 8 across 10 vertical, right? And the entire charted space is mapped with these subsectors, but they're not all in the Empire. But and then the subsector official would have a capital, like this subsector up here, Tobiah, or is the capital. It's in red. It's the capital of this subsector, which I think is Pax Ruling, but I could be wrong. And he would designate the worlds to be run by a family, and that would be probably a baron. So each world might have a baron that owes his allegiance through the intervening nobles all the way up to the Empire. So the Emperor trusts the local nobles to make decisions on their own. They have the authority of the Emperor to make a decision, because it would just take way too long for the Emperor to have to make all these, and there's over 1,000 worlds. There's no way he would be able to make all these decisions anyway. So it's like a chain of command. Okay, so moving from that. Okay, power plants on ships and some small vehicles use fusion power. Fusion power is burning basically anything and turning it into energy, just like Mr. Fusion and Back to the Future. But hydrogen fuel seems to be the most common weight mass to power output exchange. So liquid hydrogen is the most popular power source. But in an emergency, you can burn anything that's, for fusion. And it allowed the invention of fusion, safe fusion, small fusion engines allowed for technological advancements like gravitic drives, gravitic like cars, grav vehicles. Okay. I haven't lost anybody yet, have I? Okay, good. And if I have, too bad. Ships have inertial compensators. Okay, because a 6G maneuver, if a ship had 6Gs of thrust, people would be like tossed about like a rag doll. They can't just walk around. They would need to be in some kind of chair, strapped in to avoid the Gs tossing them around. And a 2G thrust can actually kill someone. 1G is the same as Earth's gravity, so that's not that big of a deal. But when you start getting to 2 or more Gs, the ships have these plates built into the floor paneling, and those exert a field directly above them that compensate for any G movements. So if you, let's say you were a passenger on a passenger liner, and this liner thrusts towards the outer system, and it's got its engines just rocking and rolling, you as a passenger would not even know that the ship was moving, because the compensators would compensate for that. But now if the ship got struck by, let's say, an asteroid or something, and it really rocked the ship, the compensator wouldn't negate that entirely, but it would reduce the impact that it would affect you. All right, now we're starting to get a little bit about the campaign itself. You're not currently in the Empire. As you can see, the Empire border is the red line right there, and this yellow line down here at the bottom, that's the Aslan Hyrate. So the Aslans live in the bottom left, and the Empire is in the upper right, and that's only the tip of the icebergs. They are both huge governmental bodies, and this little area here outlined in purple is the old kingdom of Drinax. It's not currently the kingdom of Drinax, but that's the old kingdom, and that would be considered a drop of water in a big bucket of water. So this area is very small kingdom, but imperial customs are dominant in all areas of space. You can think of it like Earth and the United States movie industry. You know, somebody makes a movie in Hollywood, everybody on the planet watches it, right? So you can go to China and people are watching the Avengers. You know, so that's the way it is in the Empire. The Empire has all these customs and laws and but even though you're not in the Empire, it kind of still is a dominant force in the area. Some customs are the same, some are different. Some laws are the same, some are different. It just depends. Okay. So there are some interstellar laws that are dominant everywhere, and one of those is the use of nukes are outlawed. You cannot use a nuke. If you do, you would be considered breaking like international law. Bioweapons are considered outlawed, so you should not be like exposing an entire planet to COVID-19. Fusion weapons, they're restricted to be used by only government agencies. All right. So, and there was a couple more, but I didn't list them. We're not worried about them. Mason knows this. Some of you that play already know this, but normal expenses to operate a ship, right, is life support. This was asked earlier in Discord, if I remember right. Life support. Every time you make a jump and you go to a new world, the first thing you should do is refill your life support. Refilling the life support is it's based on the number of rooms that you have that's staterooms specifically, and on top of that, it's also the number of people on board. So if you have like 10 staterooms but only 8 people, then you're paying for 10 rooms and 8 people, and it's 1,000 for each of those. So that would have been 18,000. Jump fuel is based on tons that you buy. Now you don't need to buy it. You can skim a gas giant, which isn't always a dangerous operation. It just depends on how fast you're trying to skim. If you skim the surface of a gas giant's atmosphere for hydrogen, it takes like a long time because of the thinness of the atmosphere, but there's no risk. If you go deeper into the atmosphere of a gas giant, the process is sped up, but then there becomes piloting rules to see if the ship suffers problems. Now, berthing fees, that's based on each port. Usually, berthing fees are an initial payment up front and then a day-by-day basis after that. If you are selling cargo or buying cargo, you may hire a broker to do it for you. If you do that, then your hands are free and you can go to the bar or, go to the shooting range or check out the ice crystal caves of Agma or wherever you are, just to shore leave, and then the broker will take care of it. But if you do that, the broker takes a percentage cut of whatever the sale is. And one of your final costs is the king, Olib, he gets 10% off the top. Okay. All right, I'm almost finished. Okay, that's good. I might have taken a little bit more time than I thought, but that's okay. At least it'll be knocked out. It'll be out of the way. Okay, you're on a ship which originally was named the Verherg, but it's now called the Kestrel. And it is a 200-year-old Drinaxian warship. It was made to... It's a small ship. It's not like a big cruiser or, battleship or anything like that. It's only 200 tons. So it's a hit and run kind of raider type vessel. It's owned by the king, Olib. Your overall mission is to make friends of the worlds in the area around Drinax. Okay, and I basically outlined them in purple. Okay, it's the Old Kingdom. He wants you to make friends with everybody from the Old Kingdom to try to he wants to try to rebuild his kingdom and become relevant again. Which is going to to do this, you will apply pressure to imperial shipping and trade. He grants you permission to be a pirate. And you have been given a letter of marque. Yeah, okay. But no one acknowledges that letter of marque as being legit. A letter of marque is given by official governments to civilians to harass and raid the political enemies. This letter means you are sanctioned to perform extra-legal activities as official representatives. The problem with the letter is that it's not acknowledged as legit. And the plan is apply pressure to the traders and merchants, who in turn will apply pressure to the Empire. And then if the Empire responds or acts in any way, it basically gives Drinax like leverage or not authority, but gives them like makes them acknowledged as a some place that the Empire is not respecting but acknowledging them. Okay, skipping over a bunch of stuff. Okay, before we get started, you'll notice that there are yellow circles around some of these worlds. There are red circles around some of these worlds. And then I have added some red hexes and green hexes and even yellow hexes. And there's even a red hex right there under Scandalin. Okay. Yellow circles and the red circles are Imperial travel advisories. They basically say that if you go to a yellow world that's called an amber zone, and those worlds are risky or dangerous if you go there for one reason or another. It could be radioactive. It could be there's a lot of anti like extraterrestrial hate. There could be a civil war going on. Who knows, right? But if it's got a yellow circle, it just means it's kind of dangerous to go there. If it's got a red circle around it, it's basically saying you're not permitted to go there. But remember, you're not in the Empire, and you don't have to listen to their rules, right? So if you want to go there, you go there. But the Empire is not going to like it. But then again, like Ergo, it's not in the Empire. So they don't really have any authority there. Okay, and then, but think of it like this. The U.S. doesn't really have any authority in the Persian Gulf either, but we're still there. Okay. So you might run into an Imperial, like, patrol vessel or something might be there preventing people from landing. But it's usually for a good reason. Or so they tell you. Okay. Now the hexes are added. Those are added because of the hostility rating. Right? Okay. The hostility rating is a measurement in the game. It's kind of in the campaign. It's a scale, and I'm going to show you the starting hostility of these worlds. Of every world there in the purple area, towards the king. That's how hostile they are towards the king. So, if it's green like Drinax, they're very favorable to the king of Drinax. Clark is very favorable to the king because you returned a criminal to them so that they could punish them, and that built they didn't start green. That's a development. You built good favor with them. You would like all of those worlds to become green. Same thing with Thief. I think Thief is very green as well. Drinax is considered what's called a haven for you guys. Now, in game terms, it's called a haven, but what that really means is if you go there, all your repairs would be free, and fuel and life support would be free, and you don't have to pay berthing fees and stuff like that, because that's basically like a home base, if you want to call it that. Now, some of these areas are red because they just start off hating you guys. And if you notice, there are 2 Aslan worlds. There's actually 3 Aslan worlds that used to be part of the kingdom. The Aslan have moved in and taken over those worlds. And they are considered yellow, or at least 2 of them are considered yellow, which means they're almost red. The way the scale works is green is friendly. A haven or friendly. If there's no hex around them, that means they're kind of a neutral, they're suspicious, that kind of stuff. And then when you get to yellow, they're kind of unfriendly, and then red is they're hostile. Which means if you were to ever go like Hilfer, let's say, you jump into Hilfer, they're immediately attacking you. Whatever ships they have, they're going to send them after you. Okay, so let me set under the ship sheet, starting world hostility. Yeah, I'm going to share this with you guys. There's a couple of sections there. You've got a subsector, which is Sindel, Tobiah, Taiwala, and the Borderlands. That is because the Kingdom of Drinax is actually in 4 different subsectors, because it's split by that gray line. And then if you're curious to know how those starting now wait, Clark is green now. If you look at the starting, Clark was originally neutral, right? They're not neutral anymore. They've actually improved. And you can see down here at the bottom what each of those means when it comes to fencing stolen goods, and now risk of spies, and it's kind of out of character, but what that means is the potential for somebody that is there that doesn't like the king reporting to the Empire or reporting to the Oslons, what that you guys have been there, are traveling through, or even maybe pirate hunters or something. All right, so now let's look at the Harrier ship, right? There should be a character sheet that everyone has access to. Now I think I only gave Mason. Yeah, you're the only one that can actually edit this. And if you were to go all the way down to the very bottom where it says description, that is where all the defects on the ship are listed, and what would require to get them fixed. You don't have to get anything fixed, but if you do, you can. And if you're curious about the hull points, right? This ship has a total of 88 hull points when it was new. It currently only has a maximum of 40 hull points. That's basically hit points for ships. The hull is in desperate need of repair. It is a tech level 15 ship, so that's considered extremely high. Everything is extremely okay, hang on. Rob is saying that he's unable to see the ship sheet. You only see the bio and info.
Yeah.
Okay. When you hit, you don't see a character sheet at all?
No, just the one tab.
Because I shared it with you guys, and it says all players. Okay, well, let's try this. Let's put you all down for editing, but just everybody don't edit. Refresh. See if that changed anything.
Yep, that changed something.
Okay.
Getting load 20 loading dice.
Well, refresh the character sheet, not the roll 20.
Oh, yeah, sorry, within the sheet I was getting it.
Oh.
Ah, yes, now I have it. Thank you.
Okay. That's odd. But either way. All right, so if you notice, you only have 29 tons of cargo space. So it's not a very big cargo place. You see that you've got 8 staterooms. Now, the staterooms are bunk beds. So you technically, if you really were to stock up on people, you could have 16 people running around on the ship. So if you wanted to, you could have some, like the crew, like double bunk, and then maybe make these other staterooms available for passengers. But you don't necessarily want to get passengers involved in what you're doing, but if you want, you can. Yeah, I'm trying to see if it's on this first page. I don't think it is. Okay, so I think you have to open the settings, or if I'm not doing it for you guys, and then scroll down to where it says trade, and then group funds. Do you see that there, Mason and everybody else? You got to go to trade, group funds. It's part of the cargo
Trade.
manifest.
Yes.
Okay, it should be 2.5 million credits.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, yes.
Okay, when you change, okay, FYI, when you change the passengers, the freight, the speculative, that only changes the bottom. That only changes the bottom half of the character, the ship sheet. What's good about it is it will auto calculate like freight and passengers and stuff like that. You just have to make sure that you fill in the proper like purchase universal world profile and the sale universal world profile, which is also your destination. You can just call it your destination. Yeah. But that's fine. And you have advanced sensors and stuff. Now, this is something that I would like to kind of fill out as we go. It could be useful right now. We could do this right now. Like, who's operating the sensors? And then you'll see where it's got a player mod there. And you could put his stat bonus and his skill bonus, add it together, and put that there as the player mod. Right? And then if you scroll down, there should be gunners. There's 2 gunners, turrets. So there's a particle beam in the barbette, and there is a single missile launcher in the missile turret. And then we could fill in range and damage and all that, but we don't need to worry about that right now unless you get into a fight. Yeah, sensors. That would be good to fill in right now.
I think I'm the one that has electronic sensors while someone else has it. So
Or not worry about it, and we'll just have the player roll from his character sheet, because that way it'll just make it easier. Yeah, don't even worry about it, because there's no sensor mods anyway. Yeah. Okay, we got that out of the way. I talked about that. Okay, you're currently jumping from Torpal, which is this world right here on the map, Torpal to Marduk, which is right there. You'll notice that I left the map key on the map when I did a screenshot so that you guys can actually see the color codes on the right where it says world characteristics. So like Marduk being blue, meaning there's water present. There has to be a certain percentage of water on a planet, because that's another way that you can refuel. You can land in the ocean or on a beach and throw your garden hose into the water and suck up salt water, and then that water can be converted into hydrogen. So that's always an option. If you see on the map, you'll see a little Saturn ring type icon. That means there is a gas giant available if you want to do wilderness refueling at a gas giant. And then there's below the world in fine print, there's what's called the World Universal Profile, or the Universal World Profile, UWP. It's like a character sheet. It gives you their stats, but and if you're curious to know what a World Universal Profile I think it's size, atmosphere, hydroponics, population, government, law level, and then tech level, and then trade codes. Starport is first, and that's going to be a C-type starport, which is kind of a middle-range starport. It's nothing to write home about. It's actually kind of mediocre, but the DE are kind of like low-tier starports, and an X means there's not really one present. A and B is what you need to like do ship repairs or build ship construction or something like that. Okay, so we're going to spend a little bit of time in jump space, not a whole lot of time, but I'm going to take everybody's character and I'm going to copy you over to the deck plans of the ship. So you guys will get a chance to see the ship. We'll put you all in the cargo hold just to make it easy. For me, that is. Okay, I'm making sure I got everybody in here. All right, there we go. Let's do this and then do this. Boop, there we go. Map should have changed. Does everybody see the ship?
Yep.
Captain.
All right.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, so you're going to see two decks, right? You got the lower deck, which is this long needle-looking thing, and then you've got the upper deck, which sits above the aft part of the ship, obviously. You have a turret, number 12, which is accessed through this hatch right here in the floor that goes down to the turret. You have a barbette, which is here, which is accessed from upstairs at 23. So, and there is a picture up here of what the bridge looks like. Now, that's just a single picture showing the bridge. Imagine the entire ship is like that. It's very 1940s sci-fi. You got everything is fancy and ornate, and you're normally like the Imperial ships. When you walk in, it's pretty much the Expanse. You walk in, it's a ship. You got monitors, you got stations, and everybody's good to go. Where this ship isn't like that. This ship is like they paid extra for the frills, the gold plating and stuff like that, and the wood paneling. So before we get started, what I would like to do is, you can see the ship has numbers like 1, 2, 3, and 4, and each of those will be correspondent to these little keys right here in between the ship decks. I'm going to go through each one of these so you can imagine being walked. This took place weeks ago probably, but imagine being walked through each of these areas and being explained what each of those areas mean, and what you visually see in those areas. And I will touch upon the atmosphere of each room, because they are a little bit different than what you might think. Ships. Carrier. Let me magnify this a little so I can read it. Okay, here we go. And I'll try to summarize so that I'm not reading every little single bullet point. But we're going to start with the upper deck, okay? So okay, these numbers don't match. That's weird. Okay, they have the upper deck bridge is number 1. Okay, well, we'll just do that. I'll just let you. I'll just point it out and let you know. Okay, the upper deck. The upper deck is more richly decorated than the lower deck. Okay. With the help of panels, decorative items, the forward part of this deck is that commands the ship, and the aft is the accommodations, obviously. Okay. Now, the upper deck is built around a central corridor with heavy bulkheads separating the command section from accommodations area. Okay, kind of shows 2, but that's okay. A slightly lighter but still substantial traverse bulkhead segregates the bridge from the rest of the ship. Okay. Okay, the forward valve. Okay, now if you look on the map and you see like a little X-shaped door, that is an iris valve. And if you're not familiar with iris valves, it's like a shutter of a camera. It opens and it closes with multiple plates, and then, you get the idea. So that's an iris valve, and that is pressure tight. What's that?
So, like the iris thing for Stargate?
Yes, exactly.
I was going to say
cool.
That's exactly right. And they call it a valve. So it's like, they call it an iris valve. So the valve to the bridge is normally operated in secure mode, requiring an officer's authentication, biometric recognition at the door, or remote operation elsewhere to open. So basically, a passenger is not going to be able to just walk up, or a pirate, be able to walk up and open the door without having one of your hands in their possession. Now, it can be put into locked mode, requiring a code where you type in a passcode. Okay, so you have two options there. Now, the aft and lower deck access valves are normally operated in crew mode, which will automatically open when you approach it. So like Star Trek, you walk towards the door, it just opens automatically. Now, they can be switched to access mode, which will only open when a trusted crew member approaches. So the ship can identify like who's approaching. All right, so the bridge. You'll see there's some dotted lines. It's not really shown in that picture, but there's two levels to this bridge. There's an upper walkway and then the lower area where everybody sits, right? Kind of like in Mass Effect, right? Where you got that passageway to the bridge, but then you got all those crew members in left and right that are lower in their little seats. That's exactly what that is there. And then I just lost my thing. Okay, never good to lose your thing. Okay. The captain has a railed walkway with brass stanchions to hold when he is caught mid-pace by a violent maneuver. Basically, it's a handrails. He has a gloriously upholstered chair and dark oak paneled console to work from, but mostly directs the ship by way of dramatic gestures. Because you're a pirate, right? And verbal orders from his high platform. Most observers agree that the bridge requires the command to wear both cape and sword, and indeed there is a receptacle on the side of the command chair for such a weapon. So you got like a saddle, like a horse holster or whatever on the side of your chair. It's built in. Okay, the lower bridge. The remainder of the command area stations in the lower part where the captain can observe and inspire from above. The majority of the shipboard functions are controlled on the bridge. Local controls present, mainly as backup. The exception is the engineer station, which is normally manned by drive hands. The engineering officer, however, would normally be found in the bridge running his department from a gloriously engraved console rather than getting his hands dirty. But, that's... You want to get your hands dirty, that's up to you too. Okay, all consoles on the bridge, including that of the captain, can be configured to carry out any role. So, pilot, astrogation, sensors, engineering, gunnery. Basically, it's holographic, so you can move your commands around. You can open all the windows or close certain windows and just focus on the ones you want to do. However, it's common to leave each console optimized for a given role rather than a particular operator. Mainly a pilot and navigation face forward, gunners face sideways, and behind them the engineering console is in the aft port side of the bridge. The captain's console is normally configured for tactical readouts and general monitoring. Okay. Now, 16, I think, is called the ship's locker. That's right behind the bridge. Originally designed to carry spares of many decorative components, from drapes and paneling sections to even cutlery, these items have long ago been used, but the neat compartments where they were stored remain. This gives the ship's locker a very odd layout which can make it difficult to stock anything that is not original equipment. The locker has acquired a variety of assortment of items over the years, including trophies of ships taken and installations plundered. The locker needs a good, hard sorting out and the removal of unnecessary items, but in the interim, the usual solution is to shove everything to the back. It's a broom closet, basically, where you got everything shoved in there.
I dig it.
Okay. And then we're going to jump to these 18s, which I believe are officers' staterooms, which would be the players' staterooms. The 4 cabins dedicated to the command crew are usually luxurious for a warship, with large double beds and fittings that would not be out of pace on a luxury liner. Of course, these are badly worn and have been moved around, so the captain's cabin retains most of its original splendor, and the most junior officer's cabin resembles a junkyard.
Haha.
Well, we don't know who that one is, right? You guys will each have to claim your staterooms. But okay.
No, but I'm the captain.
That's true. Yeah. Okay. Number 4 is crew staterooms. That's the 19 ones. Crew quarters aboard the Harrier class ship were never Spartan, although cramped and intended for double occupancy with bunks and more functional fittings than the officers' quarters. The crew quarters were still better than a free trader. And would be considered okay for high passage occupancy. The crew quarters were the first place where the items were removed from to maintain the appearance of the rest of the ship, with the result that virtually every employee has been replaced over the years. Okay. Within each cabin, there's a mix of styles and quality of components. Basically, you have your own posters you hang on the wall, or you have your own, books on the bookshelf. Everything's personalized based on whoever's in there. One crewman might have a delicately carved oak-paneled footlocker, while his bunkmate uses a beat-up cardboard box. And they actually give me a picture of a footlocker and a cardboard box. Okay. Now, if you look in each of these staterooms, you can see the bunk, obviously. And every one of those is a bunk bed. The bunks, like on a naval vessel, they fold down on chains. And then you could fold one up if you just want to have one bed. Or you can fold them both up against the wall to save space. And then the table and chair is like a computer terminal, entertainment study, workstation. And then the little area where I put the number in each room is called a fresher, which is it's a toilet shower. So it's where you use the bathroom and it's where you take your showers. Like the seat comes out of the wall, you push it in, the drain is directly below, Okay. Okay, the common area, which is this number 15 in the back. The common area is a gorgeous round oak table. And most of its carved chairs. The wall fittings have seen better days. The services of a good furniture restorer might save most of these items, but currently the common room is tawdry rather than opulent. Now there is an ingenious device which raises the table into the ceiling and the chairs to create storage space, enabling the common room to be used for other purposes, like a dance floor or whatever. A similar device drops a protective cover over the wine rack and drinks cabinet to protect it while the ship is in action.
Hey, drinks are super important.
That's right. You vary, especially when entertaining. The ship's silverware has its own well-protected cabinet, and it's in almost perfect condition with just a couple of mismatched teaspoons. Many a life has been saved on the impromptu surgery on the common room floor, because there is no medical bay. Okay, the galley. Wait a second. That's one of these side rooms, right? It's either 21 or 22. Storeroom, utility room, that ain't right. Okay. Seven. Storage, utility rooms, common area. Okay, 6 is... Okay, the galley is still part of this common room. Okay. It's in there somewhere. The galley retains a little of its original appearance. Replacement of component long ago. Galley is overstocked with gadgets and utensils salvaged from other ships. It's actually quite difficult to work in the galley for all the useful items hanging everywhere. Okay. Storeroom. Usually a ship like this class needs expensive stores for high-class foods as well as bulk rations. A super freeze unit originally fitted remains functional. It's not efficient, but it is possible to keep meat in near perfect condition for months or even years. A skilled chef could be hard put to notice any degradation. There's also an area to hang game. Okay. Now, let's talk about the barbette, which is a very large turret. It's a military-style turret. It gives your particle beam additional charge capacity. Basically, barbettes allow the weapons that are mounted in them to do more damage. Just so you know. As standard, the dorsal mount houses a particle barbette. The barbette is normally commanded from the bridge, though it can be fired under local control from a workstation within the mount. Installed is a Tech Level 15 accurate high-yield particle beam. It rerolls any damage dice of 1 or 2 and has a +1 to hit. Okay, but we'll talk about that later. Okay, and that's the upstairs. 17 is the armory. 17 is where if you have weapons and armor that you want to store in a locked compartment, you can. And the little hatch doorway below it is actually an official closet storage space. Double checking. Two and 5. Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, the lower deck. This is where it gets interesting. The lower deck is far more functional than the upper area, but is originally outfitted to a very high standard. Some elements still remain. In most cases, panels are scratched to the point where their etchings are virtually unrecognizable, or so dented and dinged that they just look a mess. It's like the cargo hold, if things were moved around in the cargo hold and like cargo containers were bumped up against the wall or drug. Now, understand this done over many years of when it was in full function. Okay, the lower deck has two main sections surrounded by fuel tanks. The long forward nose of the ship serves to keep the main sensor array as far distant as possible from the drives and any interference they may generate. The nose also houses the fuel scoops and the cargo capture system, which is separated from the cargo bay by a long, wide corridor lined with storage lockers and tools and spares. Captured cargo has to be manhandled all the way down the corridor, through the bulkheads, and finally into the cargo bay. Okay, so like number 2 is actually like a trap door in the floor that opens up. You can actually take a cargo container in through that, and then you would have to, like in 0G, move this cargo container all the way down this neck, around this little corner, across the hall at an angle. It's like moving a sofa up a stairs. Okay. Or you don't. Or you can just like open it up and take the items out one at a time, however you want to do it. Okay, I jumped a page. It has been suggested that the ship can survive and even remain in a flyable condition with this section completely shot away. If enough fuel remained, that would be theoretically possible, but it's never been put to the test. And it certainly would not want to land, and the loss of the sensory array would be serious. But you might be able to limp away from a battle. Okay, the main section, located below the command and living area, contains drives, machinery, weapon systems, and cargo. The split machinery design used by the Harrier has been criticized. Makes it difficult for the engineering crew since they have to like go across the cargo hold or, from left to right. However, since the Harriers were designed to carry quite a large crew, there's little need for the drive hands to be rushing from one side to the other. Also, distributing the survivability. It's unlikely to remain jump capable with half her drive shot away, but it is likely that, short of catastrophic damage, the Harrier could retain enough power plant and maneuver drive capability to escape. Armament layout seems unusual at first glance, but there is a logic to it. Most small vessels carry dorsal, ventral, or side-mounted turrets for defense, but the Harrier is a strike ship. Her two turrets are restricted to a forward arc when using direct-fire weapons. But this suits both the image of the ship and her intended role. The common tactic is to make a sweeping gun pass and then a rapid escape. And if unsuccessful, hard deceleration and boarding if necessary. Okay, I'm skipping that. Okay, all the way at the front in the orange area is the sensors and the avionics. Um, the main sensor array and electronic systems are located right forward in what was originally a demountable pod. Getting the pod in and out is quite an evolution, requiring the removal of a section of hull plate, and the intent that the upgraded or modified sensor package would be retrofitted without undue difficulty. But the original sensor is impressive enough. Okay. Cargo scoop airlock. This is kind of an unusual little thing. The cargo scoop has a strong magnetic field to manipulate a cargo container or other metallic object and bring it in to the receiving chamber. Picking a cargo container is mostly a matter of delicate piloting. Not surprisingly, the area around the cargo scoop and also the rear of the receiving chamber is very battered. It's also used to pick up escape pods, either for humiliation, I'm sorry, that's not the right word, humanitarianism reasons or so, well, let's skip all that. Okay. Fuel processors. It's designed to be self-sufficient. The scoops and processors to enable fuel to be obtained without visiting a starport. Normal is gas giant atmosphere, skimming at liquid hydrogen. You can also get fuel from cracking water or ice. And the fuel processors can run to purify the ship's drinking water. It'll require a few hours adjustment, but if you needed drinking water, you could. Okay, countermeasure suite. The ship's countermeasure suite is housed in those compartments. Secondary computer nodes are located throughout the ship, enabling operation to continue even if the rooms are out of action. So the computer is spread throughout, it basically spread throughout the ship, not like one large computer room. The countermeasure suite also serves as an intelligence center for the ship with a large hollow tank enabling officers to stand in the midst of a display, simulations and projections, immersing themselves in data and assessing options. Almost like a holodeck kind of thing. Okay, the main airlock. Which is actually in the very center of the ship, and it's on the bottom, right in front of the barbette. The main airlock exits the belly of the ship, which is convenient for groundside operations. It's large enough for 4 people at a time, the two heavily equipped personnel in combat armor. This limits the amount of troops that can be delivered for an assault, but the Harrier has never intended for this sort of hostile boarding. She's a raider, not a pirate, and would normally shoot up its target before boarding or simply destroy it. Except you guys are not asked to do that. You guys are asked to be pirates. So, a little bit different. Okay, low berths. Number 7 there. There should be 8 low berths in there. If you're not familiar with what a low berth is, it's basically like a cryo suspension or suspended animation. You go in and you basically don't age, and you don't use up life support or any of that. And then whenever you finally get to your destination or wherever, you can bring people out of low berth or cold sleep. Some passengers travel that way because it's a cheap way to travel, but it's also a risk because not everyone wakes up. It's based on your doctor. And if, let's say you're in a position where you're like deep space, you made a misjump and your ship appears somewhere in deep space, and you're running out of life support, the crew can jump into these cold berths and then wake up 500 years later when someone finds your ship, like Ripley. Okay, 15, the magazine. It doesn't show 15 magazine. Where does it show? Okay, it doesn't show you magazine. It's the area, this little square room that's right above the missile turret. Additional, okay, just like sometimes. Okay, the missile system is often used to make an attack on a vessel that has already received a particle beam strike, which can deter pursuit or keep an opposition busy while you come around for another pass. It is also possible to run in behind a missile salvo, forcing the enemy to choose between point defense or engaging the Harrier. It's normally operated from the bridge, but it can be operated by local control. Now, the ventral turret was disabled by damage a long time ago. The turret space has been rather crudely restored to environmental integrity, but needs complete replacement before any weapons can be mounted. At present, the space is used for storage. Okay, the engineering spaces, right? All the brown areas. Like number 10 would be the maneuver drives, I believe. Number 9 is the jump drives. I'm kind of guessing on this. No, that's the power plant. Number 8 is the jump drives. Okay. The ship's complement generally includes several multi-skilled personnel who function as drive hands and maintenance technicians under the engineering officer's oversight. There are several multifunction displays within the engineering section. It's common to practice to leave one configured as an emergency or backup piloting station. This is often used when repositioning the ship on a landing pad to receive cargo or for repairs, making a trip to the bridge unnecessary for minor adjustments. So basically, you can fly the ship from the engineering section, kind of like a secondary bridge. Okay, the cargo bay is subdivided by internal partitions and is not efficiently designed. It suffers from low ceilings and far too much clutter. Now, this area is normally the first part of the ship a visitor sees and is quite imposing at first. And for those that have to work in the area, the odd shapes and general lack of functionality is quite annoying. The aft cargo hatch. Okay, the whole aft curved section there is a hatch that opens. It's accompanied by a retractable ramp for loading and can be used for planet-side assaults if it is deemed desirable. Cargo handling equipment is extremely basic, but since the Harrier class is intended to operate with an oversized crew, this is not generally much of a problem. Raiders rarely undertake commercial-style cargo transfers. More commonly, they are loaded at the beginning of a mission and by personnel at the Naval Dockyard. We're basically carrying extra supplies. Okay, now the 4s, there's 3 of them. There's 1 in the neck and 2 of them in the cargo hold. Those are basically hatches in the floor that when you open them, it allows you to access the landing gear machinery. Retractable landing gear. If there's any maintenance that needs to be done, that's normally done on the surface. But if you need to get in there and do something to the landing gear, that's how you'd get in. Okay, I'll share that with you later. Already have a list of defects. You already know that. Almost everything has a cosmetic problem. But that's something for the future. Okay, we got the walkthrough done. We're pretty much at the starting point. So, guys, we'll go around the table. You guys can opt to chime in when you want. But what I would like to know is when you are 7 days in jump space and there is no external stimuli, there's no, news feeds, there's no radio, there's nothing like that from outside. You can't look outside. You guys are stuck in the ship for 7 days at a time. That's every time you jump. You're stuck in the ship for 7 days. What do you do? What is like your normal routine? Anybody can chime in. Let's start with Mason.
I tend to shadow a bunch of the other crew members, not necessarily in a creepy way, but I like to learn new things. They could be useful later. So I'll watch somebody give a tune-up to the power plant, or exactly how what was his name? Exactly how Tomalin adjusts the flight path and for what reasons. I'm just being a busybody.
Okay, so you spend your time in jump space observing the crew. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so other than that, what do you do? Because that's already the job of the captain.
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
Which I assume you do, but that's not going to occupy 24/7, 7 days. I mean, it might if you are, if you find that to be a hobby, or if you find that to be your happy space.
Actually, could I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what do you do?
I watch old antique videos. I play cards with some of the crew members, just gallivanting, trying to make up, trying to get to know everybody. Clean personal weapon, pretty much any type of maintenance that just needs to be done.
Okay, so you basically take the 7-day vacation as a time to relax and kick back and kind of enjoy some games, meet each other, but also make sure you're ready.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maury's got a kind of similar view. So he spends a bit of his business part of the day going over astrogation charts and pulling up planetary details for whatever system we're traveling into, trying to figure out what might be showing up, he always tries to have some kind of an idea for an emergency get out of hell plan if they need one.
Yep.
Like maybe we need to do a grav slingshot around a gas giant. Might be worth having that roughed in. At least you don't have to do all the math on the fly. But when he's not spending his time preparing that way, he falls back into his marine roots. So he has a heavy collection of firearms with him at any given time, and you will often find him sitting either in the bunk room, in his bunk room, or in the common room with them all set out before him, taking them apart, cleaning them, putting them back together, taking them apart, cleaning them, putting them back together, almost in an obsessive practiced pattern. And then after he's done that for a while, the other place you can find him is in the long central neck at the
Right.
first stage, with his stunner firing at just an empty cargo container or something that he's propped up against the cargo hatch at the far end.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Target practice.
Yeah. In
Gotcha.
the longest section he can find with a gun that won't punch through the hull.
Right, right. Anybody else? Everyone else.
Okay, additionally,
Yeah.
I go around and encourage the other crew members to try my new drinks. And I do a lot of mixologist tricks, tossing the bottles, catching them funny, and sleight of hand in general.
Okay.
Trying to impress them.
Oh, okay. Anyone else?
Yeah, I've got an idea. In my scout days, I had an exotic pet that would accompany me in my travels, which has long since died. That was like 8 years ago.
There
so
might be a new one
nowadays-
in the future.
Nowadays, he's always on the lookout for the most exotic pet he can find that he
Oh.
will hopefully call his companion one day.
But I'm talking about, what do you do in the 7 days that you're
Mhm.
all alone on the ship with no outside access?
It would be going over his xenology documentation that he's gathered over his most
Okay.
recent travels, and trying to come up with theories and ideas.
Okay, so you spend a little bit of your time doing research, various alien races and species and stuff like that. Okay, super.
I forgot, Maury will also aggressively try and convince people to play dice with him. Often for some level of bet, usually friendly ones, but sometimes not, depending on the person.
I'll
Okay.
take up that challenge.
Yeah, I figured there would be some people there that are relaxing with you, and you guys can exchange credits or popsicle sticks or whatever you guys bet. And I know a lot of you have gambler as a skill.
I try to keep up with the crew, but I do not have it, and I imagine they take my money a lot. And so then I
yeah.
start wagering, okay, I'm going to bet 50 credits, but if I win, you're cleaning the bathroom for a
That's
week.
what I'm gonna say. You wager chores.
Oh, looks like I don't have to do chores for a while.
I usually read in my time, study up on naval tactics, things that would have caused me to get kicked out of the Navy, because eventually I want to try to go back.
Okay, so
So I
you read
piloting books,
like, right, like,
historical battles.
and service
like that.
manuals and stuff like that.
Yes.
Because this is kind of a ship you're not familiar with, actually. I mean, you guys have been on the ship for, a month, maybe. Some of you a lot longer, but it's still kind of fresh. It's an antique. It's one of those. So you got to kind of get used to the ship. So you can do the service manuals, but also you're saying like historical accounts of why certain battles were won or lost. And fighting strategies and stuff like that. All right, yeah, I'm okay with that. Okay, so before we go on, I would like you guys to pick and choose what stateroom you're in. So if you want, go ahead and move your token to the stateroom that you choose to be your sleeping quarters, your weapon cleaning area, there you go. starting to get people moving tokens around.
Wow, you guys are going right for the mid staterooms.
Okay, and I guess everybody's got their own stateroom except for Gavotson and Benpar. They are going to share a stateroom. Okay.
I'm sorry, could you repeat those names for the NPCs?
Ben, Par, and Kirsch. If you hover your mouse over the token, it should give you his name.
Okay, thank you. My apologies.
Yeah, no worries.
Did you say one of the staterooms was like a junkyard?
All the 19s are they're not junkyards. They're sparse. Like they don't have if a part was needed anywhere else on the ship, they would have taken it from those staterooms, like paneling or stuff like that. So you might have a spot on the wall that's missing a panel, so you put a poster of Farrah Fawcett over it or something to keep, disguise it.
I choose this room because it's immediately adjacent to the bathroom.
Wait, what? Immediately adjacent to what?
To the fresher.
Your fresher is in your own room. Every room's got its own. Yeah.
I thought 20 was okay. My bad.
Yeah. If it's got a number like 18, that is a fresher. That's your private fresher.
Okay.
Yeah. 20 is the public fresher. That's like if you had a passenger walking by or a VIP on the ship. If they needed to use a bathroom, they would go to 20. But every room's got its own.
So you don't want that room.
Yeah,
No, he wants that room. No, I'm just.
I mean, I guess it doesn't matter as much anymore. I just wanted to. Well, now that I have my own bathroom.
Yeah, you got your own bathroom. Yeah, you have a bunk bed, so it's got an upper and a lower bed, and you got your shitter and shower all in the same little cubby, and you've got a desk with like a computer terminal on it to continue your work.
Am I the only one that just takes the top bunk even though there's nobody else in the room?
Well, you got more storage if you fold up the bottom bunk, right? You can put all your boxes underneath the top bunk.
Oh yeah.
So you just fold the bottom one up, and then you got this, almost a whole ton of storage. Okay, so let's. You're in jump space. You guys are going about your business, doing your thing. Normally, you have this period of when you enter jump, right? Normally, the ship dims all the lights, turns all the non-essential items, like reduces power to them or turns them off, so that the power plant can function to the max efficiency. But once you enter the jump space arena, then the power plant kind of comes back. You can start turning your lights back on and stuff like that. So then it's like a normal functioning ship. But you only have that dimming period during the first few minutes of going into jump. When you get ready to come out of jump, the ship normally has got a counter, a clock, or the navigator probably programs it in to the computer, a timer, letting you know that you've entered a window of when the ship might exit jump. Remember I said it's 7 days? Well, it's not 7 days on the dot. It's usually, could be 6 hours earlier, or it could be 6 hours later. So it's about a 12-hour period of when you're going to exit jump. Normally, when that, like a few minutes before the first possible exit happens, the ship has an alarm. It goes off, and it basically lets you know, entering the jump window or the exit window, and then the crew members tend to like get their stuff on and grab their tools or wipe their ass if they're sitting on the toilet, and then you go down to wherever your job position is, either the bridge, which is where most things take place. You can run the scanners from there, you can run the weapons from there, you can pilot and navigate, and you can run the engines from there. So really you only need to be in the bridge, unless you want to go down to the cargo hold or the engines and just double check everything's running smoothly. I'm sure the engineers and the mechanic, like Ben and Gabe, I'm sure go around the engines periodically throughout the entire jump just to make sure everything's running properly. And I'm sure everybody does that with their positions anyway. But you'll have a 12-hour period. It's kind of a long shift, but to be on lookout. I mean, like the pilot, just use that as an example, right? Tomlinson or Thomason, or what's your name? If I was to hover over your token, it would tell me your name is Tomlin. Okay, so Tomlin would go to the bridge, he'd find his pilot's chair, he would sit down, he would turn on all of his screens that he normally monitors, and then he might take a nap, or he might read one of his books or whatever. He's just ready to exit jump. The engineer might walk around and double check all the gauges and everything, making sure everything's working properly, and the Marines might make sure that the barbette is fully charged, ready for an attack. But when you exit jump, okay, this is a couple of things I need to know. The destination of your jump. We haven't calculated all that. This is all pre-game, so I'll just ask you. There's going to be a destination of your jump. What I mean by that is, are you trying to jump into system next to the gas giant, or are you trying to jump into system next to the world? And the reason why I ask this is because there is a huge time difference. Let me go to handouts, ship operations. Maybe I have it under transit times. I do. Okay, so I'm going to show you this. Don't worry about the picture. It's really the text on the bottom. All these are based on your ship's 2G acceleration, right? So the part where it says if a jump into system. Okay, so if you jump into system near a gas giant, like you're planning to do a refuel or wilderness refuel, you exit at a point that will take you 12 hours to maneuver to the gas giant. Takes about 3 hours to refuel, and then 4 days to reach the planet, and then 30 minutes from orbit to land on the planet, which normally would take you about 4 days and 15 and a half hours. So you could almost call it a 5-day trip, right? Just from jumping into a gas giant, maneuvering to the planet and landing. If you jumped in near the world and you were planning on refueling at the port, it's 4 hours to reach the planet, and again the 30 minutes to land. So it's only 4.5 hours, not 5 days. Just something to think about. You save money by doing wilderness refueling, but not time. Same thing on the way out. You can always, even if you jump in to a world and you land on the planet, you don't have to pay for refueling. You can opt out. And then when you leave, decide to make that journey to the gas giant, refuel on the way out. So it doesn't have to be on the way in, or because once you make that jump, you've got about 4 weeks of maneuvering fuel. Okay, so between planets, you've got before refueling, I should say, you've got 4 weeks to fly around and do whatever you want.
Okay. Derek,
Yeah.
I've got a couple questions, and then I want to tell you what I'm doing for the week. Sorry, I didn't want to talk over anyone earlier.
Okay.
How long does it take to clean the hydrogen once we get it, or is it just ready for use? Refine. Sorry, refine's the word I'm looking for.
Right. So if you buy refined fuel, right, which you can do, if you buy refined, you don't have to. It's just you got to wait for it to be loaded into the ship, which usually is a couple hours, and then your ship's fully fueled. If the ship is fueled with unrefined fuel, then your processors have to kick in, and it's like 30 minutes per ton or something like that. So you're looking at, if you do 40 plus tons of fuel, it's a day and a half. No, around a day to purify.
Can that be done in transit if we have clean fuel to work with?
Yes.
Okay. And as for the week, okay, I've got a list. Sorry.
No, that's good. That's good. Get it knocked out now.
First thing I want to do is I want to use Par and Kirsch, and we are going to diagnose the jump drive and the turret to see what it's going to take to be fixed and how much. I want to give that list to the captain.
Okay.
I want to clean out the ship's locker. Just clean that crap out. That stuff is gone. So,
okay, well, you have to. You can't throw it out the door.
No.
While you're in jump space.
I understand that. And while all these lazy bastards are sitting around gambling and drinking, I want to put tools in their hands. I want the cargo bay completely cleaned out. One big, wide open space.
Okay, well, that is going to require landing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Because the partitions are built into the floor and the ceiling. Yeah, so there's like big metal plates.
And is there anything on the jump drive or the turret that can be worked on outside of a shipyard?
No.
Okay.
Repairs are pretty much, yeah, you need an A or B starport.
No problem. I will go ahead then and just diagnose what needs repaired, what needs replaced, and give the list plus the approximate cost that I'm aware of to the captain.
Okay, perfect. We could say that you've already done that because that's listed on the ship character sheet. It's like what's wrong with it and what the costs are. So maybe you're the one that came up with that list.
Well, I think one of them said it takes D3 days or 3D days to diagnose. I think that might have been what he was going for. Hold on. I think I could find it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, the jump drive.
Yep.
Says it says it needs to be dismantled.
Right.
Carefully cataloged.
Right.
I don't think we can do that in transit.
No.
Let's not dismantle the jump drive while we're in jump space.
Right.
But the turret, he also said the turret. Did that have a diagnose
Well, it does, the missile turret is badly damaged and needs to be repaired. I know that. Pretty much everything on the ship needs to be.
You'll find Shaq is very receptive to helping out with the cleaning. He will do basically whatever you ask when it comes to cleaning, as long as he's bored.
Okay. And one last question: we have how many tons of spare parts do we have?
You have 0 tons of spare parts.
All right, I'll go ahead and let the captain know that we need 2 tons of spare parts.
Yeah, you might actually have 0 kilograms of spare parts. Yeah, that hasn't been a priority. It needs to be, though.
I take my job serious.
We're gonna have to go pirate those parts.
The king, it seems, has spent most of his resources on the diplomatic aspects of the ship.
Yeah, it's pretty. I'm sorry. She's a great ship. She's not perfect.
Oh, he didn't build this ship.
She's my baby.
Yeah, he didn't build this ship. This ship was built 200 years ago.
Yeah.
And he found it in a bad, battle-torn state, and they tried refurbishing what they could to get it into a functional state. But also, the Drinax doesn't have any kind of shipyard repair facility.
Okay. Is 200 years considered a clunker? I mean, we're not driving around in a Gremlin, are we?
I mean, it's still TL-15.
Yeah, 16. Think a really old Mercedes. I mean, it's
you go.
Yeah, it's a really good vehicle. It's just a classic. It's one of those. It's old.
I mean, if I found a functioning 200-year-old TIE fighter, I'd still say, oh my god, a spaceship.
Yeah, and 200 years when it comes to spaceships is time to retire it. Just stepping back and talking meta, every I think it's every 10 years after 40 or something like that, you roll for quirks on ships. Like to develop a tick or the lights flicker or something, right? And so this guy's been...
And so this is the list of those.
That's the list of those, exactly.
Yeah, plus I'm also going to let the captain know how much it's going to cost to repair the hull. Okay.
Yeah. Now, a lot of this cost can be eliminated with the use of ship shares, just so you know. Okay.
I know the captain's got a boatload of them.
That's right.
I'm not the only one.
That's right.
But yes.
Okay, so here we go. Are you jumping into the gas giant or are you jumping into the world? Did you share your message with the crew?
Let me look at it again. And this is one of my contacts. Yeah, I'm sharing this. An old friend of mine, Enery, he says he has something good for us. So we should make haste to the planet's surface. Well, the downport. That is planet surface, right?
Down is usually on the dirt.
Yeah, and then the upper port is if it's got an orbital station.
Correct.
Okay. Says make haste for the surface. He'll meet us there. He always comes through with good stuff.
Yep.
Well, I don't see any reason to delay.
Yes, time is money, so let us go straight to the planet and not dally around with this gas giant. You can just pick up fuel. It's only pocket change.
Right. Well,
Y'all have different definitions of pockets than me, brother.
Well, the ship has $2.5 million in its operating fund right now.
Yes, and we can refuel on the way out. It's not a one-way road. It's space.
That is correct.
But if my calculations are correct, we need about 10 million to repair this.
Oh, it's not going to be done on this planet. This has got a C-type starport. They don't have any kind of...
They got a gas pump and a tchotchke stand, and a Taco Bell.
They barely have a gas pump. Okay. So the alarm goes off. It's a few hours before you exit, jump, or it could happen anytime in the next 12 hours. You guys are out doing you're doing your business. So when you guys go ahead and position your tokens where you would normally be when you got the exit warning, like I already moved Ben. He's down in one of the jump engines, and Kirsch, he functions as a turret gunner, but he can do that from the bridge or the barbette, or one of you can take over as a turret gunner. Would you rather him be like because he has piloting too as well. So would you like him to be on the bridge as like a secondary pilot, or tell me what you want Kirsch to do? And Kirsch,
I can cover the turret. I've got a turret 3.
okay, so you're not I thought, wasn't that Gabe?
Yeah.
You're not the
my
engineer?
apologies. I am the engineer.
Then you're not the turret.
Okay.
I can cover the secondary turrets.
Well, there's only one turret that's functional.
Oh, okay. I'll just help out wherever anybody needs time.
All right, Kirsch is
So
asking the
would that-
captain, where you want me?
You stay here and
Where-
aid
Where's he?
aid name Tomlin. You aid Tomlin. He's
Tomlin's in his
notifying
rack.
the ship. Then you fly.
Yeah, Tomlin's in his rack sleeping. Oops.
Tomlin?
Oh, I was muted. I'm so sorry. Yeah, no. I was reading a book. I forgot the ship was coming out because I've only been on a month. Nobody told me it was popping out. If I feel the ship drop out of jump space, though, I'll get up and leave the cabin.
There was a big alarm that said.
So
"Exiting jump space soon."
were you not even paying attention to the game?
I was. I stepped out to go use the restroom for a minute, though.
Okay. Bring a wireless headset. Like me. When I go potty, I bring my wireless headset so I can hear everything. Okay, so I don't want to have to repeat myself again, but I'm going to say you got a warning saying that the ship's getting ready to enter jump space, exit jump space. This is when everybody normally goes to their crew positions and waits for the inevitable, drop out of dimension jump or whatever.
I actually did hear that, but I didn't hear you actually say we had dropped out. I'm sorry. Yes,
You have not jumped out. You've received the warning.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
it's
moving to the
standby.
pilot room.
Okay,
On the
so
bridge.
you want Kirsch to stay in the bridge as well, to be a second pilot just in case?
Yeah, because he can
Okay.
also fire the gun from here, so it's less of a target. Well, yeah, he needs to be on the bridge.
Okay.
I was gonna say it's less of a target than the big bump on the top, but I guess the bridge is a pretty big target.
I
Okay.
personally don't really know exactly where I would be. I put myself in the low berths for now because, as the medic, I could assist people out of cold sleep.
There's nobody in cold sleep right now?
Yeah, true. But I've also got a little bit of training in being a mechanic, so maybe
You want
I
to
should
help out
stay
in the drive
lower,
rooms?
the lower decks. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's great. So you jump around and help where you can, and Ben's down there, walking around, and so is Gabe, and you guys are taking care of the engines. And then I see that Faustus, what are you doing? You gonna stay in your bunk?
I think he's preparing to kick down the door.
Yeah, I'm just getting my gear all together, just ready to go for whatever happens.
Okay.
If we get boarded or not.
All right, now there's one more question about standard operating procedure. I know we're hashing all these things out in the first session. When you enter jump, were you traveling like at full speed? Like if you came from the world, were you like full on thrust till you got to your jump point? Because when you get to your exit, you immediately exit at that full-on speed, right? Or you could have flown halfway, turned around, decelerated, and got to a stopping point so that you could, when you jump and you exit, your ship will be motionless. That way, there's a couple of reasons why you'd want to be that way, and most ships are that way. Is because you don't know what's on the other end. You might appear near an asteroid field or something. I'm just throwing that out there. Or maybe a ship is directly in front of you and you come out at full speed. You won't be able to avoid it and you'll just run right into it. So a lot of people will jump motionless, so when they get to their destination, they'll still be motionless.
I think that's entirely situational, but overall, I think that's the captain's call.
Yeah, I'd say unless we have a reason to jump at speed, we should follow standard procedure and
Right, and then you would just jump
in place.
You would jump in place, right. And then another standard operating procedure that you may or may not want to do, but when you get wherever you're going, there's a couple of things in the Empire that you would normally do is contact the planet, letting them know you're in the system, and then also scanning your immediate area, mainly just to see, what is happening in your immediate area, so that, if there's like a warship bearing down on you, or if there is a merchant ship that you need to jump and take their cargo from or something.
Or if you accidentally jump into an asteroid field.
It would be good to have knowledge of that.
Are there any windows in the lower deck?
There are monitors that allow you to view the external sensors.
That's always the first thing that Shaq does. He wants to see the outside.
Okay.
Are there designated jump points, i.e., like this is the area that most planets decide if you're going to jump in, this is where you go?
Generally, yes. It's kind of like not like there's not like a beacon, where everybody jumps into that beacon or something like that. It's like near the gas giant or near the world, but space is big, so you could be anywhere around the world. Depends on where you're coming from too. So
yeah, it just kind of dictate. It's just like physics dictates where you pop out because you hit that 100 diameter limit, and then
exactly right. That's exactly right.
So it's less of
It's not like a jump gate system like hyperspace from Babylon 5 where you go in through a cone and come out in another location. It's more like the Star Trek warp system. You just jump out in a general relative area.
less of an airport, more of an open grassy field where there's a parking sign.
Yeah. That's what I gather.
Yeah, like throwing a
And
dart at the world, and that's where you come out. Okay, so you're getting ready to come out near the world. You got your alarm. Everybody went to where they're going, and then you hear this large pop. Everyone in the engine room area hears this loud, like, creak. No one else hears this. The guys in the engine room, you can hear this creak, like metal bending, like,
Well, shit.
and then ping, and it sounds like maybe something came loose, and then you hear a little bit of a ricochet, like ding, 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 and then you can hear gas venting like.
Okay, that's me down there. I I'm gonna go investigate the source of the sound.
Okay, so it's actually over. It's okay. It's near your power plant. Number 9. Yep, there you go. So anybody that heard that can go over there. I mean, Ben will come over there if you want him. He'll stand in the doorway and kind of look. Gabe, you're next to the power plant. If you want to go in there, you're welcome to it. There you go. Both of you guys can, whoever's in bed, Ben's not doing it, right? He's basically just standing in anticipation of being needed. Go ahead and make a engineering power plant roll using education.
So not mechanic. 1 second.
No, it's definitely a power plant problem.
Okay, engineering. First roll.
Okay, FYI, when I ask for a skill roll, this is something you guys might not have known because I didn't tell you. So when I ask if there's 2 people standing there, right? Because there are, and I ask for a skill roll, one of you make the roll, not both.
Okay.
If so, it would be good to know, or you can discuss this. This is out of character. You're welcome to say, I have a better role than you do or whatever, because in the future or in this era, people have been tested and you have a score like that he's better at engineering than I am because he's rated higher than I am or whatever. So if you ask each other like how good at engineering are you? That's a legit question to actually ask. It's not out of the realm of your character actually asking that. So once you determine who's going to roll, the other person in the situation can do what's called an assist or a help. And it's not like in D&D where the guy gets a boon automatically or whatever. What you have to do is decide, and you come up with this, what other skill might be valuable in that situation. So let's say Gabe has a better jump drive engineering, just hypothetically, and he's the one going to make the roll. And Shaq says, I want to help him because I'm a good mechanic, and I'm going to be able to look to see for broken parts or whatever, and while he can direct me using his jump drive engineering. You cannot use the same skill. So if Gabe was making the engineering roll, Jack could say, I want to assist using mechanics. And then what we do is we have you roll your mechanic skill, and based on your success level or failure, will be a modifier for Gabe to make his engineering roll.
Sure. I'd like to use mechanics.
Well, you've already rolled.
Maybe. Gabe did engineer. Would I be able to assist in this situation right now?
Yeah. Okay. Absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to try to find...
It has to be done normally before the die is rolled, but that's okay. Yeah, I didn't tell you, so I didn't warn you. So go ahead. What are you doing? You're doing a mechanic what?
Yeah, I heard pieces fly throughout the room. I'm going to go identify those pieces, and it should help figure out more clearly what the problem is.
Okay. So what stat are you going to use?
Mechanic.
Social standing. No. Yeah. Mechanic education sounds perfect. Go ahead and make that roll.
Gonna order those parts back into place.
Okay. So that is actually a -1 on his skill roll.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So you basically got in the way, right? You tried to help, but you're like, look over here, and he's like, stop distracting me, or something like that. And but he rolled high enough, He rolled a 9, and all he needed was an 8. So he succeeded. You find a broken part, right? It's a vital part. Now, everyone in the bridge knows that you've exited jump space, right? You're out of jump space. You're in an actual, the third dimension or whatever dimension it is, and you got warning lights on your dash saying that there's, your engine light came on. Okay, so and this is one of the most frightening things that can happen aboard a starship, a malfunctioning jump drive. And it's the object of almost supernatural dread. Okay, so through closer inspection, it shows that a critical component is on the verge of failure, right? Because it basically blew a, what do you call those things? A plug, something that's supposed to pop before the actual failure of the device. So that thing went flying because it busted pretty dramatically. It's part of the fuel feed system for the jump drive. And it's a specialist component because of the age and where the ship was manufactured and everything. So this is like a it's like everything's metric except this is what do they call it? English. Imperial. Yeah. Imperial. So it's not something that you would find normally in this area. Well, first of all, you would need like an A or B starport anyway. Failures are quite rare, but not like that helps much.
Is there a way to bypass the system or jury rig it till we land?
Oh, it's not going to affect you flying in and landing.
Oh, we won't be able
I
to
thought
jump.
this was power and not jump drive.
No, it's like a link between the power system and the jump drive.
Understood.
It's really but yeah, you can fly it. The ship functions normally, and you could even go back into jump space if you want. But the chance of success is very minimal.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There is a chance.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so you guys exit somewhere. So who wants to do the sensor roll? And does anybody want to assist with that?
I'll assist. So I'd have the astrogation charts up with our exit plan.
Yeah.
So I'd be basically feeding him, this is our expected locust of exit, so you should be looking for these stellar phenomena to figure out our cross position.
Perfect.
Something like that.
Yeah, give me an astrogation roll.
Education, I'm assuming?
Yeah, that sounds good. I'm okay with that. Okay, so that is a -1, might be a 0. Okay, hold on. I need to check my rules.
We're very helpful, crew.
Yeah. Go there. Go
You
there.
wanna
No,
help.
you're going the
We're
wrong
just
way.
bad at it.
Backseat driving. Yeah.
I know where I'm going, Maury. Come on.
Technically, you know where we are. I know where we're going.
Well, then it's just uncertainty principle. Like you can't know where we're going and where we are.
Well, if you two don't figure out what's going on, I can't get us where we need to go.
This is getting complicated very quick.
Just let me know if anybody starts bleeding.
Maury might be bleeding in a
the
second.
way the
This
rolls
man
are
keeps
happening.
fact talking me. Someone's gonna be bleeding up here.
That's right. Effect, boon, opposed, multiple tasks. Task chain, here we are. Failed with effect -1. That would be correct. That's a -1 on your sensor roll. Yeah, so it's right.
Damn it, Maury.
2 to 5 would be -2, and 6 would be 3. Just don't mess something up by -6. Okay, so you do. Luckily, it wasn't a complicated task. The task for you was only a 4. So even with the -1, you made it. Basically, I'm going to share this with everyone. That gives you the world, universal world profile. I want you to note that this is an old survey, so these numbers might be off. The first survey was before this planet was ravaged by nuclear war. Okay, this is, I'm going to show this. We got about 100 handouts here. You can see that the first number, which is size, was originally listed at 5, I think, 8,000 kilometers. It's actually a 3. So the world is actually, they mislabeled it. Looks like all the other numbers are the same. But very importantly, is that 6-5. That 6 tells you their law level. All firearms except shotguns are prohibited. And once you get in, you'll figure out why that is. But most importantly is that 5. The 5 is their tech level. That's, if I was to equate that to Earth, that would be about 1,700. They've just started mass production of items. Yeah. Got the. And okay, so you come in, you scan, you see the Marduk. There is a up port, and there is that's the signal that you're receiving is like a your standard like beacon, locational beacon, letting you know that there is a high port. What do you want to do? You're about 4 hours from the planet.
Well, Tomlin, take us to the low port.
Cap.
Okay, so you start flying in, and you get closer and closer to the world, and you get a message coming from the high port, spaceport. Ring-a-ding-ding.
Come in, Marduk Highport. This is the hold on.
Kestrel.
Kestrel. I wanted to say Kessel, but that's the spice run. This is the Kestrel coming in for landing. Requesting permission to land.
Absolutely. Fly this course and dock with Highport at this port.
Oh, this is one of those worlds. We have to shuttle down.
Are you asking?
Saying that out loud, mostly to myself.
Are you transmitting?
No.
Okay.
Cap, aren't we supposed to go to the downport?
Yes, we'll have to dock in the high port and shuttle down. Luckily, we have a shuttle.
Shouldn't we hit up shouldn't we request of the high port that we just go straight to the low port? I don't see why we would have to make a stop.
Some planets have restrictions.
Do they?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if a high port.
Right?
Can
Hello.
Can we make straight for the low port? Or do we have to come to the high port?
Pulling up the company line.
Some of these lower tech worlds limit who's allowed to visit. Especially those with commercial interests.
And big guns.
Or cults.
I wonder if the doc has any experience with Mushmouth.
With what?
It's a disease.
Let's not get any diseases while we're here.
Oh, I've had my fair share of
Okay.
diseases.
The downport is not capable of accepting starships over 100 tons.
Oh, and we're a big old Bessie.
You're 200 tons. It is common for merchants to trade and load cargo from the upport. If you need to travel to the planet's surface, the downport, which is fairly new and built on an artificial island, the GDCO does offer a shuttle service to the planet. And you can go back and forth. It's 50 credits round trip.
I suppose it'll have to do.
So you get the flight path to go to the upport. When you approach the upport, there's a little image of it. And it's got a central hub with some arms that stick out from it. Below the picture, you might see the docking fees and fuel costs. So this is all transmitted electrically to your ship, so you would know. The docking fees, it's 100 credits per day. And the fuel, if you're buying unrefined fuel, it's 100 credits per ton. And refined fuel is 500 credits per ton. If you decide to buy fuel.
Out of curiosity, can we buy unrefined fuel, and then while we're on like shore power, just run our fuel processors to refine it?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But if you were in a hurry, you could buy the refined fuel.
Yeah.
How much actual fuel is left after the jump?
2 tons, I'd think.
What you need is 40 tons.
While you guys
Understood.
are figuring that out, I'm just gonna head over to the airlock.
But if you spend time maneuvering around system and stuff like that, then it'll burn into the extra tonnage. But the jump itself cost 40 tons. It's 10% of the ship's tonnage times the jump distance. All right, so do you just pull in and okay, when you get closer, you start to see that there are GDCO or General Development Company logos all over the spaceport, all over the high port. It's almost like, it says it's owned by them.
What do I know about GDCO?
I don't know if you guys know anything about GDCO. So let's check the library data. What would that be under? That would be maybe under trade? General Development Company? There. That's what you know. Primarily, GDCO is a very big company employed to improve planets' quality of life by either improving their tech level or, building space stations for them or, that kind of stuff. That's what they do. It was originally formed in the Imperium. I found a niche in the Trojan sector. Headquarters on Tech World. That's an unusual name for a planet.
The robot planet.
Yeah. And basically it's altruistic because they're saying more worlds that have mid-tech levels will mean more worlds are buying and selling product that they could like skim off the top or use, their brokers.
And from what I read, they're enemies of the Aslan, and the Aslan won't trade with them.
That sounds right.
Yeah, it's towards the bottom of the handout.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to assume that most entities are not friendly with the Aslan, from what I've heard so far.
Well, this company's also been accused of espionage, piracy, and anti-Aslan propaganda.
Yeah.
That's quite a portfolio.
Yeah. It's SpaceX. But let me, before we go on, let me just real quick, let me tell you a little bit about the high port, and then you guys can progress. It's called the Up. It has a central area consisting of businesses, recreation, administration, accommodations, and it has 4 docking sections. Each serve a different function. It has a restricted arm, which is exclusively by the Highport's own vessels, which are all sublight. It has a defense squadron of modest combat capability. Basically, what you see is maybe one system defense boat just parked in orbit next to the starport, basically to defend against pirate raids and stuff like that. But you get the impression that it's not the only one, but it's the one present by the spaceport. There's also a multiple batteries of missile launchers on the port itself. And it has a commercial arm. Caters to medium-sized merchant ships and liners. Passenger terminals are pointed, and most ships stop over for a day or two, granting passengers a chance to get outside the ships and enjoy entertainment not available aboard their ship. It has a modest array of shops, bars, restaurants, and entertainment facilities. If you're intending to stay for more than a couple of days, or if you desire a greater variety of food and entertainment, you'll take a shuttle to this downport.
Okay, so all the good stuff's at the downport. Okay.
Well, yeah, because you've got limited space on this high port. Yeah, you go to International Space Station, you're not going to have all the kind of stuff that you would have on Earth, you know. Yeah, it's kind of that way. It's not a very highly populated world. I think the UWP tells you. But let's see if... Yeah, I'll show you this. That is the world on your 20-sided die. If you look in the upper left quadrant or whatever, you'll see like the crosshair. That is the downport location. It's not actually on that green. You can think of it like there's a coast there, and that there's like a little island off the coast or right on the coast that has an artificial it's an artificial island that was built as a downport. It's basically a way to go from the planet to the space station. It's not really a space station or a starport. All right, so when you guys fly in, there's no die rolls needed to pilot in. It's nothing strenuous to fly in and dock. Now, this is assuming you're not asking for a berth or like a bay that you want to fly into, because this port has none of that. You have to dock outside the port and exit via an airlock, you know, like your 747 pulling up in an airport. You got that arm that sticks out. Yep. So, and you just basically are external to the spaceport. You don't see a whole lot of other ships here, other than the system defense boat, which a system defense boat does not have a jump drive. So if you can imagine a smaller vessel like a 400 tons, it's double your size, but imagine a 400-ton ship that does not have to have any space dedicated to jump drives or any space dedicated to fuel for making those jumps. There's a lot of extra room to put other things on it.
Just engines and guns and armor.
Right, exactly.
It's
Marine
the new
quarters.
it's the new scariest thing since the Cretaceous period.
Now it's just hovering there. It hasn't like radioed you or got involved or anything. It's just present, you know. All right. So when you guys dock, what would you like to do?
Quick
It's up to you.
question about the
Yeah.
issue we had with the jump drive. Is this something that can be fixed by us, or is this going to require a ship bay refit?
You could probably reinstall it. Maybe a day of work. You would just need the part.
All right, I will go ahead and let I'm sorry, Parth, right?
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, let's put it this way. The jump drive has issues. Going back into jump is going to be problematic. It's going to take me 48 hours to fix it if we can find the parts.
Make an engineering power plant roll. Education.
Can I use my EM probe? It helps me to diagnose issues with ships stuff.
This is not an EM probe situation. This is a knowledge.
Oh, that's a 4.
Yeah, so you don't even know what that part is. No, I'm just kidding. You don't know how much it would go on the open market. You know it's a specialty item.
Understood. I'll just let them know that going into jump without that part is going to be problematic.
Now, if this planet had a salvage yard or a wrecker's yard, you might be able to like scavenge or salvage a part from another ship. But installing parts would take a competent engineer a day or so.
Are you calling me incompetent?
Well, you roll a 4, but but it's not much of an issue if you have the part. The problem is that no such parts are available on Marduk.
Okay.
The nearest source would be a Class B port on Thebes or Torpal. Okay, this is a good opportunity for me to tell you guys this. Travelermap.com.
Oh, mine's still set to Aramis.
So good.
Okay, so if you go to travelermap.com, you can open that up in a different browser or whatever, and you can go to this area that, Marduk or whatever, and you can kind of scan around, zoom in, on all the worlds in this area on your own, at your free time, free leisure or whatever. The map that I generated for the screen was a screenshot from travelermap.com. Yeah, so Thebes or Torpal, which is where you just came from, they might have that part. Using the jump drive in the present state would fall into the might not die category of risks.
Might.
That's right.
Might not die.
Ordering the part means sending a request aboard a passing ship and waiting for one to return, which will take about 3 weeks at the very least, and probably more.
And would be much more likely if there were other ships other than the non-jump capable SDB in orbit.
Right. Taking passage aboard a commercial ship to go and obtain the necessary components in person pushes the costs up, and of course the traveler's ship is incurring docking fees the whole time.
Would this info have been shared amongst the crew by now?
I
That
think you would know what's going on.
Strix is devastated at this news. He's going to be stuck in this low-tech, barbarous world for weeks, maybe. This is going to be terrible. We have to find a better solution.
Does anybody else have jump drive skill trained?
No. No.
Nope.
I do not.
That's going to be a negative, boss.
Okay, I'm checking. Ben. Ben, how come it didn't open your character sheet?
I know Kirsch does have jump drive.
Oh, does he? Okay, it must not. Okay, Ben's not attached to his character sheet. Interesting. Okay, so Kirsch, where are you at? Okay, his is attached. Okay. Skills. Engineering jump drive. You're right. He's got it. Well, he knows as much as you do.
You gotta thump it.
He rolled a 4. Basically, what I was trying to do is quote you a price for the part.
Oh, by the way, also some engineering tools would not be misspent money.
Ben Parr has engineering toolkit.
Oh, there we go. Ben, I hope you don't die, but if you do, can I have those?
They're his tools, but yeah, you can borrow. You can use them whenever. He keeps them in the engine room. He doesn't carry them around with him. Yeah, so you're
guessing
welcome.
us down there in the engineering section are all just go grab it.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, what are you gonna say? No.
I know, right? Well, it's personal. They're all engraved with his name and stuff. So no.
If he did, I'd space him.
Oh,
I
goodness.
mean, hey, do you want to get off this planet ever?
Goodness gracious.
Oh, by the way, you said shotguns only. Does that include stunners?
Shotguns only.
Oh,
Now you're talking about melee weapons? That it says no guns.
Oh,
So
yeah.
if you have a stun baton, that might be okay.
Yeah, it's a stunner pistol.
No,
So,
that's
just
outlawed.
hear it.
Yeah.
Now remember, it's only legal if you get caught.
That's also true.
How would I? So if I wanted to conceal my gun, do I just say I tuck it in my pants and then we're done, or do I gotta like roll stuff for that?
Well, think about oh God, what was it? Arnold Schwarzenegger went to Mars, had a new
Total
memory.
Recall?
Yeah, Total Recall. You remember when he walked through the scanner? Yeah, it kind of works like that. But they do make a thing called a body pistol, which is basically more made out of organic stuff that doesn't show up on those scans.
I don't think a place like this has those scans.
The high port and the low port might. The general populace wouldn't, but there's always the possibility that the higher tech port could have it. They might not care though. Never know.
Yeah, they're banned on the planet, not the port.
Yeah.
The High Port enforces a sidearm only weapon policy.
But we're going down to the planet anyway because we need to meet Mr. Man. So
Which translates into a ban on any weapon larger than a handgun or of greater destructive power. Pistols at most hand weapons are legal, but any gun held in both hands or capable of automatic fire is prohibited.
What about a
Same rules apply to the down
handgun?
port.
What a handgun that shoots lasers.
Still a handgun.
There is no mechanism in place for weapons to be transferred planet-side aboard the shuttle. The only place to go on the planet. The only place to go is the down port.
So no weapons on the shuttle?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, no, I mean, you can have your handgun.
Okay, so handguns on the shuttle and the low port are okay.
Yeah, think of it like one entity, really. It's the high port, shuttle, low port. But you're not allowed to go. There's nowhere to go on the planet. The population is not prehistoric. They're think Hawaiians when Cook arrived.
But the low port and high port do have amenities like restaurant, bars, stores, things like that.
Yes. Yep, you can visit the local bar. You can get a hotel room if you want. There's no need. I mean, you have a ship docked. You could come and go from your bed if you want, but if you didn't want to stay on the ship because you've been there for 2 months straight, you might decide to go into port and get a room or visit the restaurant or something like that, or use some communications device that might be able to reach the downport.
I gotta
Okay,
go
so-
put my guns back up because I was standing by the door with all my guns and everything on.
That's a question I have then, because
Yeah.
I did recommend in the Discord that we should always have at least one person watching the ship. How far is it from the high port to the down port, like distance wise? Because my communicator goes 10,000 kilometers, but I don't know like how thick the atmosphere is and all that stuff.
10,000 kilometer communicator.
That's what it said.
Okay, hold on. That's really far. That's extremely far.
Okay,
So-
it was in the. It's only 1 kilogram, and it was in the communicators list. In
Okay,
the-
I'm checking. It's like a cell
Okay.
phone requiring a tower to be able to go that far.
Or is that one of the laser ones? Maybe.
It's not a laser one. It was a cheap one.
We're gonna find it. Might be high tech.
Equipment communicator.
That's the TL12 computer
Oh yeah, radio.
radio transceiver.
And just in case y'all are curious, Gabe's not leaving the ship. She's hurt. He's staying.
Yeah, Tomlin was going to offer to stay too and watch the ship with his shotgun.
Oh, I need to
But
get
that's
off
why I
this
was
shit.
asking about the communicator, because I picked up one that was long range for use for the ship for when whoever stays behind can still communicate. But I didn't know like the distances on that.
I think I read to reach orbital ranges reliably, a transceiver requires a range of 500 kilometers.
Oh wow. Okay. Jeez.
But I'm assuming that's different from planet to planet, maybe.
It wouldn't reach from Earth to the moon, but it would go from one side of the Earth to the other.
Yeah.
What about from Earth to Earth's orbit?
So that's like 50 miles.
Yeah, that's chump change.
Yeah,
So
Earth's orbit
10,000
is weird.
kilometers is ridiculous. Okay.
I think Maury will plan to go ashore with whoever is going to meet someone just on general.
I'm
We've
for
already
sure
got-
going.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Strix is going down. He needs to find civilization and a hotel that is not this ship. And
On
Yeah.
the scummy planet?
So now let me talk as a game master to players and not your characters. If you are playing a role-playing game of adventure and the opportunity arises for you to leave the comfort of your hotel room and go to a gambling den? Are you going to stay in your hotel room because it's safe? No.
No.
Are you going to, if you have a ship docked at a secure high port and you have the opportunity to go into the high port and maybe visit a restaurant, I'm just throwing that out there, as a restaurant, are you going to stay in the ship because it's safe?
No, but I assume whoever stays on the ship would still experience the high port, but somebody would stay close to the ship in case of sabotage or
We got Ben
pirates
and
or anything
Ben and
like that.
Krish for that.
Right. Now, Kirsch feels like he owes you guys his life, and he is sworn to do anything that Mason's character wants him to do. He would basically jump out an airlock for him. Now, Ben, on the other hand, he's there to make a buck. But if you order him to stay on the ship, or he's not really a security guard, he's an engineer, but he will stay on the ship, But Kirsch, on the other hand, he's pretty much, if you want him to stay on the ship as a guard, you can. There's no need for any of that when you go onto a spaceport, because there's always port security. You can lock the door, If you want, you can always leave somebody on the ship, but that's not being very adventurous. Now, if it's a hostile area, like that there's people on this planet that are out to get you, then yeah, absolutely leave somebody on the ship or hide the ship or something. But general operating, if you're going to be acting like that, as a general rule of thumb, you can do that. I'm not going to say you can't, but here's the problem. Let's say you guys get a shuttle to go to the downport, right? But only half the players go, and the other half stay on the high port with the ship. Well, now I'll ask the guys that are staying on the ship not to return the next week because they're out of the adventure. And then the other guys, and I'll say, I'll message you in Discord if they need you, because you're gone, And then the guys go to the planet. They do whatever they do. They uncover a conspiracy to do whatever, and then they get engrossed in like espionage and all this other stuff, while everybody else is sitting on the ship twiddling their thumbs. That's where I, as a referee, will struggle with, because half the party will volunteer not to be a part of the adventure.
Raj.
But you can. If you need a security guard, you can always hire one and be a permanent.
Not gonna lie, I really hate to miss a session, but like I said, the ship is hurt. I'd prefer to stay with it. But that's up to the group. If they want me to come, I'll come.
You should come.
Well, we know what's wrong with her, and we need to find the part, and you're the only one who knows what the part is. So we may find something suitable here. There is manufacturing. Maybe we could find an artisan to handcraft it. But I don't know how to do that.
I'm going because I want to stretch my legs.
And we can't work on it without the part.
Okay, so what are you guys doing? You just docked.
Is it safe to open up the airlock?
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
That's what. Yeah, you're there to. board the?
Maybe we should make contact with Emery. Was our man that we were here to see at the downport?
Yeah, she said to meet him at the downport. Here, I'll show you his letter.
Yes. Well, maybe we should
Packing all of
message him
my
and tell him.
supplies.
Yes, message. Maybe we should message him and tell him that we're en route to come see him, so he can be prepared to receive us.
Yes, I'll look his number up.
A side note, just for the law level on the planet, this is one of the ones, the law level's high enough that any visible armor is banned, right?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be visible. It's banned.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, any armor is banned. You can wear like a leather jack, because that's like a jacket.
Yeah.
You know.
If I'm not incorrect, isn't cloth TL10 able to be worn under your clothes?
I can wear a flak vest under a shirt. It's still
Okay,
it's still
I
bulky.
get it.
It's still
I get it.
bulky.
I get it. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's also an older rule. It's changed.
Yeah. Cloth is pretty. Cloth is. It's not as bad as like a bomb demolition outfit, but it's pretty bulky.
It's surprisingly beefy pictures of cloth armor for what you'd think it is. But
Yeah. And at Tech
so
10,
Maureen's-
it does get thinner, I would think, but it's still. Now there is something called Diplo that you can get. It's made specifically for diplomatic agents and people meeting people in hostile areas that you could wear. It's actually like sewn into your business suit or whatever. Called,
All right. Well, we are in Drinax space. If they've got a junkyard, I might be able to find the part.
Yeah,
God
or
knows
maybe
I won't be able to find it.
Yeah, they might have a scrapyard or something, like you said. So
old
I
battle
didn't-
wreckage from when the planets got nuked. Maybe there's a ship that fell to land. It's something worth looking for.
right.
Maury's gonna run, grab his snub pistol and his cutlass, and get ready to head on to the high port with everyone else.
Okay.
I'm going to look up Aniri's number and give him a ring.
Where did you put that letter at?
I can't actually share it, but I would show it to everybody.
It is shown to everybody.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it's under
Oh, okay,
Mason's
it's on the
tab.
list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you go to the crew and go under Mason's tab, it's there. Okay, so what I would like to do before we go on to the port, I know you're getting ready to call. Let's put everybody in the neck who's actually going to be going down to the planet and joining the adventure.
My map is black now.
It's
Can you
weird.
change us?
No.
Or do I need to refresh?
Yeah, I didn't touch anything.
Okay.
Okay, Ben and
And
Kirsch
it's
will
back.
definitely stay on the ship. Ben will try to do what he can, without the part, like you said, jury rig. And Kirsch will definitely be his security guard. And, okay, so everyone's going, basically, because you need the part, and plus you want to experience the world and go on an adventure. And that's the whole reason why you play a role-playing game, so that you can not just live on a ship. Got it. Okay. When you go to the airlock and you board the spaceport, because you want to locate, because you don't have his number, you're going to have to get the number from. You have his address. You would need his number. You'd have to go to like a local communications terminal and look it up. But as soon as you enter the spaceport, there is someone standing there with a digital pad and a security guard. Now you'll notice that the security guard is wearing like a flak vest jacket looking thing. He looks like a police officer ready to storm a building, and but his shirt says GDCO, and so he's obviously a hired cop, a rent-a-cop or whatever. And this other guy is standing there, and his shirt says GDCO, but he looks like an administrator. And he says, "Oh, who's going to take care of this?"
I'll cover it.
Okay, how many days?
We'll say 4.
Okay, that's 400 credits.
Mhm.
Now you can, if you leave before that, you can recover your unused time. There's no penalty for that.
Okay.
Do you need fuel?
Yes. Since we'll be here for a while anyways, let's do unrefined,
Okay,
please.
yeah. So 40,000 credits, or 4,000.
4,000.
Yeah.
And refill the life support. Our ship's a bit leaky, so we need a bit more than you'd expect.
Okay, life
Also,
support should be 1,000 per character, right? So that's 9.
And room, right?
Right, and that's 9, and then what is there, 8 rooms?
Yes.
So 17,000.
Yes. But the Harrier sheet, I'm not sure what all it applies to. It says the operating costs are doubled because of all the leaks and malfunctions.
There is a, yeah, okay.
Is that the maintenance, or is that maintenance and life support?
For now, we'll not worry about it.
Okay.
Oh, we also need 2 tons of spare parts.
Get the man some gears and plate.
What kind of spare parts? What do you mean spare parts?
Oh,
Just variety of spare parts?
Let's put it. I looked under ship operations, and there's a thing for repairs where you can buy spare parts, 10,000 per ton.
Okay. Yeah, it'll be like a variety of different odds and ends, like spark plugs and fuel filters and.
Yeah, yeah.
He's got a
stuff like that.
list.
Yep. So, what is that? 10,000 a piece?
Yeah, so that'd be 20K.
Yep, 20K. Yeah, we can deliver that. That's not a problem at all. And since you're going to be here for 4 days, you're not going to have to worry about any delivery times or anything.
I'll also let Parr and Kirsch know that when I get back, I'd greatly appreciate it if the ship's locker was cleaned out and the cargo bay was just completely wide open. This is just nonsensical, and it shouldn't be built like this.
Okay, well, I can't do anything about the cargo bay, but yeah, we can definitely get into the ship's locker and where are we going to put all that stuff?
They got junk here. Figure out somebody that wants to buy it.
Can't the fusion engine burn some of it?
Well, technically, we could just put it in a bag and then just accidentally push it out the airlock. I mean,
Yeah, it's
Uh-oh.
pushed into re-entry.
I mean,
we could store it in the missile bay.
Yeah, you said it's like plates and silverware and curtains and shit like that. Who gives a damn?
Yeah.
I give a damn.
Wait,
We gotta have this place
don't we
looking
need
nice.
those?
Yeah, we need those. Those are
Yeah.
important.
Yeah,
Most
it's-
important
Those
part
are
of the ship.
not important. The turret, the jump drive, those are important.
It's like bunting for tables and stuff.
While I agree they seem frivolous, our employer has decided they are quite necessary.
Oh, he doesn't even know. He doesn't know.
Our employer is not.
King Olaf doesn't know what's on the ship. He's
Oh, I thought he wanted it to look nice again.
he doesn't care what you do with it. If you repair the ship, that's great.
Oh, okay. He would like it, but his big concern is the political aspect of what we're doing.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
And 10%.
Damn it,
1%.
Captain. I'm an engineer, not an interior decorator.
Yeah, so Ben says, okay, I can do that. That seems like something that's a good use of my time. And Kirsch is like, okay. And you could tell that I'm gonna give you guys just a little bit of a. You've been with Kirsch for a while now, so you know this. He is a broken dog. Okay, he's a dog that he flinches at every little thing. He sees someone walk into the room and his head bows and he doesn't look you eye to eye. He's broken.
We need to bring him back a bone.
Right.
For sure.
That's
I
right.
think. Needs a fight.
You might need a
Get some
fight.
spirit back into his Vargar blood.
Yeah, I might have to bite somebody. No. Okay, so you guys, you take care of the initial costs at the Port Authority, and then you find yourself a computer terminal. You'll see that this spaceport is not overly busy. There are some people wandering around. There's shopkeepers, excited to see people walking through the hallways that they've never seen before, and they're hoping that maybe you'll buy one of their I've been to Marduk and all I got was this t-shirt, kind of stuff, or you see a newspaper that's like 100 years old.
I'll take a bulb.
Yeah, so there's those, but you don't see any like crews walking around, like no other ships are in port. They do come and go, but they don't usually hang around or whatever. You find the communications terminal. It's basically like a 1 credit use phone booth. Who's going to pay the 1 credit? Another thing, your money is physical. It's not digital. You don't have like a credit card. You have cash. Because credit cards wouldn't be able to transmit to your bank, 15 systems away.
On my character
Aren't
sheet,
they
how
like
do
strips
I?
of plastic?
Oh,
Can you cut off?
Yeah, it's super thin plastic that's flexible, but it's like paper money, but it's made of plastic. Or
On my character
plastic
sheet.
corns. What's that? What was the question?
on my character sheet, how do I differentiate between how much money is in my pocket and how much money I leave on the ship?
It should say on hand.
This character sheet version doesn't have an on-ship version. You would just go down to
Your notes.
probably other wealth and just add
Oh.
a thing that says like credits on ship.
Okay. Thank you.
That's however you really want to do it. It's just there for your convenience. But okay, so you pay the credit and you look up his number, and then you call him up. And a few seconds later, his face appears on your screen. Everybody that is looking over his shoulder. Marduk, where are we at, Marduk? Did I not put him there? Here we go. Bonus. There you go. He answers the phone. Henry, GDCO. Oh, hey,
Henry,
hey, you made it.
yes, we've just docked in the high port.
Did you get my letter?
Yes.
Okay, great.
I just had one question.
Okay.
You say you'll only explain in person.
Correct.
Is this something dangerous? Or is it just something secret?
I'd rather not talk about it over the communicator. And he looks
I
left
take
and he
it.
looks right. And
I
he looks under his desk.
Strix, go put your guns in a duffel bag.
Is this Adam West looking for who's stealing his water?
No.
Okay, that one took me a second to get. We're going to need to hire. Oh, thank you, Enery. That's
All right.
That's everything
Are
I
you
needed
coming
to know.
down presently? Do I need to meet you at the docking landing pad, or
that would be ideal.
okay? Are you taking the next shuttle?
Yes, we'll go hire it now.
Excellent. Okay. Well, I'll gather my things and I'll go out to the landing pad and meet you. And then he hangs up.
Strix, get your guns.
Strix goes and grabs his other revolver from the ship. Now he's loaded for bear.
So he has a revolver and a snub pistol.
No, he has 2 revolvers, an antique pistol, and a rapier on him right now.
Okay. You know, an antique pistol is a you got to have like black powder, and you pour it in the muzzle, and you ram it in, and
It's my dueling gun.
yeah, exactly.
Sometimes you need to duel someone, and there you go.
No, that's perfectly fine.
Okay.
Okay, so you're gonna go get a shuttle ticket.
Yes.
The shuttle leaves in 30 minutes.
Okay,
Quick question.
So he runs to the ship and gets his guns.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quick question.
How many seats are in a row in the shuttle?
There's 60 seats total for passengers.
Okay, well, Strix would buy enough seats that he has, an empty seat in front of him, behind him, and next to him on either side.
Wow, paranoid much?
I think.
No, I just don't like having people recline back into me.
Hold on, we're the only people here. Why would you need to do that?
Well, there's
I mean,
people, but maybe a handful.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, I just gotta make sure. It's only 50 credits.
Derek, quick question.
Yeah.
If we take a weapon down to the low port, is there an opportunity to put it in a locker where we can get it back once if we do have to go planets actually out into the environment, where we can pick it up on the way back?
When you say weapon, do you mean a pistol?
I'm talking about just my stunner. I'm not taking my carbine.
Right, you can't. You can't take anything that is larger than a pistol.
Well, that's what I mean. If we go down, is there a way to drop it off, lock it up before we actually
you can
leave the low port?
Yeah, most likely there's going to be you don't really know, but most likely there's going to be a locker that you can pay for the key or whatever and put somebody in there, and then when you put the key back in, you get your credits back.
I was just curious. Personally, I'm not taking one, but other people might be curious.
But if you're allowed to take your pistol, yeah, because off of the port you can't take anything but a shotgun. Exactly. Okay, so
Which we can't take the shotgun because we can't take the shotgun into port.
Exactly. Catch-22.
Monsters.
Okay, so I am copying you guys. We're going to take you to another map because you've decided to go to the passenger shuttle. I got cargo shuttle. No, wait, where's my passenger? Oh, I think I put it under Marduk. I gave them their own passenger shuttle. Did. Already got somebody over here. I gotta delete him. Okay, let me drag you to this map. Okay, there's a this little light blue gray area shows it's basically the docking area. There is a stair that goes to the shuttle. All of this is inside. It's not like he's not out. It's not like docked outside. They actually have a place inside, like a bay. And this is just a staircase that leads up to the door. And when you get there, after purchasing your 50 credit ticket, everybody needs to deduct 50 credits for their ticket to get on board. There are 3 other passengers that look like they're getting ready to board with you.
So I've just got my cutlass and stun stick.
Yeah.
Those are allowed. Yeah.
I got
Leave
my
the
bayonet and
grenade.
my blade.
I'm leaving the grenades.
Still
You
deciding
can't.
if I'm
They're
taking
outlawed, so
Yeah, I'm leaving them.
okay.
my pistol, my laser pistol. What's the consensus? Leave it on the ship.
Usually the energy weapons are banned at a higher rate than slug stuff.
Stick it in your pocket, and if they notice it, go back and put it on the ship.
Well, your laser pistol has a pack that straps to your belt that has a cord that leads to your laser pistol, so that it can have power, and it's outlawed.
He can unplug it.
It's outlawed.
All right,
It's
staying on
just
the
a
ship.
battery pack. You know, come on.
You can
come on,
take the
guys.
battery pack, just not the attached pistol.
Yeah, and you can
I'm
hide the pistol somewhere.
Not gonna lie, I'm guessing that with the person we're dealing with, if you need a hand weapon, they probably get it to you planet side.
That's a good guess.
And that's
I
a
would
little
expect that.
stat line for the passenger shuttle, if you wanted or cared.
If we do have an engineer of some quality that if we need to, they could technically, in a junkyard, fashion us some pipe shotguns.
I'm sure we'll be fine. We're not looking to get into a firefight.
Right.
Speak for
Well,
yourself.
in that case, I've got my stun stick and a dagger.
That's right. All right, so you guys are free to find your chair inside. You can tell that this thing is capable of carrying a lot of passengers, and it's not. There's not a lot of people getting on the shuttle. Just about 10 of you, and this guy, the one I moved in. He's a slightly overweight man in his middle age. He's dressed in brown slacks and a light blue shirt. It does not quite go with his trousers. His shoes are very worn. We'll leave it at that. And then he will come in. Another Varger. Actually, I'm going to let you see and read this because it's kind of a notice thing. You notice this about him, not that it's secret or anything. The Varger, his name is Evan. Yeah. You don't really understand how old or how young he is. He wears a very sober dark gray suit with a garish tie. He carries a hard copy document wallet. as well as an electronic reader. Now, you know that Vargers generally favor bright colors due to their color vision is poorer than humans. But his professional dress gray is good for all people. He's obviously well off. I'll show you that too. And then finally, the femme comes on and blank. She is quiet, doesn't say anything, and I must have overlooked. She's in her early 20s, and by her accent appears to be a Marduk native.
What does their accent sound like?
She has a shoulder bag, too big to be considered a handbag, which she keeps close. Wears a slightly
Courier satchel.
It's basically like a satchel, like a large purse, like an extra large purse. She has a particular outfit that is in the fashion of Marduk, consisting of a short-sleeved tunic worn with one fingerless glove and trousers that become a beaded fringe about halfway between the knee and the ankle. Her clothes is not expensive, and she has little or no jewelry. She looks like she might be a local returning from a trip, like back down to the planet. Yeah, so that bag is probably like she brought a change of clothes or something with her to stay overnight up here at the high port.
Actually, I thought that was the chubby guy that had the bag.
No, well, I know she does. He has like worn clothing. Seems to be a little bit of a yokel. He's obviously not from Marduk. And he's constantly like flinching or looking around, wondering what that noise is. You know, he looks like he's somebody that doesn't fly very often. You know?
Kind of want to go give him a spook.
Well, they're described NPCs. They're going to try and kill us. Just joking.
No, that's legit. They're obviously assassins. No.
Can I go sit behind him?
You can go sit wherever you like if you want to spark up a conversation or whatever. Because it's going to be a long trip. Yeah, transit to the Planetary Service way of Highport shuttle only. Sidearms and hand weapons are permitted. Light body armor of a discreet nature is acceptable, like a leather jacket. But if you're trying to come in with cloth or heavier, will be refused. Okay.
Aww.
Mesh is okay, right?
Well, I gotta go back to the ship one more time.
Well, didn't I already tell you that cloth
Now,
was outlawed?
Where does
I didn't hear
Yes.
the cloth was outlawed part. My bad.
Okay. Mesh, I think you can wear mesh. Mesh is basically chainmail.
No, it's like
Where does flat come in?
Black is too big.
black, like big
Okay,
armor.
I
Like,
wasn't sure
mesh
if
is
it was
like
'cause it was just a jacket or
sturdier clothes, I
it's
think.
a whole suit.
It's not Kevlar. Mesh is chainmail.
Oh yeah, it does have. It's like lined with like flexible plastic mesh. Okay, yeah, but it looks like it's like underneath or something.
Yeah, I think you can wear it underneath. It's thin enough. It's like a chainmail shirt, or I mean, it might be higher tech materials, but yeah, it's pretty much chainmail.
Okay.
I played it safe when you said cloth wasn't allowed. I took off the flak and the shit, but I was just checking.
Yeah, flax not allowed. Cloth is not allowed. But yeah. Yeah, there's a list of prohibitions. Stealing, violence, and murder are among them.
What? No murder.
I know, right? And there's no unusual restrictions on items brought in. But you have to have a license for weapons, starship parts, advanced electronics, and like. So if you own it, I'm going to assume you already have a license for it. Like if you bought it legitimately.
Oh, so if I do find the part down in a junkyard or something, I can go ahead and get a permit to bring it back.
Correct. Yeah,
Cool.
yeah. Well, if they have a junkyard, there's probably a guy there selling it. You know, like let you go through the parts, and when you find it, bring it to the desk, and we'll charge you or something. If they have something like that. Okay, so do you guys mind going over about 15 minutes?
No.
I
No,
got
no
no
problem.
issue.
15 minutes, no problem.
Okay, because I wanna role play the flight down to the planet, and then we'll break. Okay, it would be a better stopping spot. Okay. We already passed up the customs guy who did not board your ship and check. 50 credits. I lied. It is 50 credits each way, not round trip. Okay. That's no problem. I'm sure you guys don't mind.
We're stranded.
That's right. Oh, here it is. Travel to the surface can take 2 to 3 hours. And coming back up can take up to 50% longer. Because you don't just fly straight down to the planet. It actually flies around the world once, gradually lowering the altitude as it goes. The high port is not in a geosynchronous orbit above the low port. So you can't go straight up or straight down. The shuttle has a small cargo bay, passengers area, crew section separated by bulkheads. And you don't see the pilots. They're obviously in the cockpit. But they talk to you over the intercom. They say, we'll be departing in a couple of minutes, and everybody have a seat. And when we enter the atmosphere, be sure to have your seatbelts on, and make sure your trays are in the upright position, and your flotation devices are located under your seat, all that stuff, right? Okay. And the shuttle's name is Pandricia. Not that you care, but and by all means, it's not new, but seems well maintained. The passenger area is a single airline style seating. There is a common area in the back that you can get up and go visit, number 5 right there, at any time. There's no just be seated when the fasten seatbelt sign goes on. And then there's the toilet facilities, which is located right there at the front, right there. If and other than that, there's really nowhere else to go. You see a couple of doors that lead to the engines, which are locked. You can't go through. A door that leads to the cargo hold, which is locked. You can't go through. And there's no stewardess or anything like that. It's pretty much just
They were done in 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, you got onto the shuttle on your own pretty much, and you can there are windows so that you can see outside the craft. These windows are artificial, so they're not actually like an airline viewport, port that you can see out the window. They're like little monitors on the side of the deck, your chair. So if you were sitting close to the wall, you could look at the monitor and watch the planet go by, because it's like televised. All of them show the same thing, kind of thing. Okay. We're getting into a section that it's basically just going to be verbatim, so bear with me. A little over 2 hours out from Marduk. I lose my page. Okay. Things start to go very badly wrong. You have no way of knowing what is happening yet. The shuttle jumps. The shuttle is under some erratic maneuvering that the inertial compensators cannot compensate for. The shuttle is making some violent moves. Are the pilots fighting in the cockpit? I don't know.
That doesn't feel right.
That's right. You feel like, whoa, a little 0G, and then you feel like the shuttle is shaking. The external monitors go black, so you get no view of the outside.
Hey, Cap, as a pilot,
Hush.
feel like
The
there's
alarm goes off, basically like fasten your seatbelt alarm, but there's actually another alarm that's going off, like maybe a fire alarm or something. You don't really understand what it is, but it is an alarm, and you can tell that the shuttle goes into a steep and violent dive. Is everyone strapped in?
Yep, I'm strapped in with all my equipment next to me.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'll strap.
Okay, I assume that everybody was strapped in once the lights went on. You just decided to strap in. Okay. If you weren't, you'd probably be standing on the roof. You see that there's half-eaten pastries flying around the room.
I try to catch one.
From this guy's table, because when he went into the back room, he grabbed some pastries. Everyone needs to make an average athletics dexterity check. This is an 8 or better. So it's athletics, dexterity. If you don't have athletics, then you can just roll dexterity. But athletics
Now I
would give you.
manage that.
Okay.
Yeah, the old -3.
Okay, so
Oh wait. Oh, you said if I'm not trained in it, I just roll straight dexterity.
yeah, so
Or
you don't.
I roll the skill.
Yeah, you can just roll dex.
Okay, I should be a little bit better.
Well, you can't roll twice. What did you roll the first time?
Athletics.
Yeah, where's it at?
It's under Malik's.
Yeah, you
You
rolled
got
a
a 5 if you get
Yeah.
rid of that -3.
Oh,
yeah. You
yeah.
would have got. You have a +0 for
5.
your dex.
yeah.
Yeah, you would have got a 5. Okay.
5 is.
Well, 7 also fails anyway, so no big deal. Because you need an 8. If you did not roll an 8, go ahead and roll a d3 and apply the damage. So you can roll your own damage. Just roll a d3. If you're not sure how to do that, you can just go /R space 1d3. Just like that. 1 point. And all damage comes off of endurance first. So just put a
-1 in your temp.
right. That is correct. Everyone else got an 8 or better, it looks like. Yeah, just James and Shaq. Okay. So basically you were shook around so violently that you took a little bit of damage. The shuttle continues to make violent maneuvers, forcing everyone to struggle. Okay.
Has there been no word from the pilots?
No. Just
I
the
was like,
alarm.
it
Just
is-
the alarm came on. It's only been a second. It's only been a few seconds. This it's taking me longer to explain it than what is actually happening. If you had armor, okay, you can reduce your armor value from the amount of damage you took.
I left my armor on the ship.
Okay, right. There's little or nothing that you can do during this period. You cannot get to the bridge. You cannot control the shuttle from elsewhere. Anyone that wants to, and that's everybody, can make, and you all can make this roll, can make a recon roll if you would like.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I can try, I guess.
A lot of 7s.
Holy crap. I made it with a terrible roll.
Okay, so at this point, Faustus, you're the only one that notices this. You notice that the chubby gentleman with the pastries that are flying all over the chamber, he doesn't appear to be fidgety or worried at every little bump. He seems to be very calm. Let me see how it's worded. You will notice that Finan has stopped his usual whining every time there is a bump. He's focusing on survival in a more competent manner. Okay, after a few moments, the shuttle levels out, then makes a sharp turn to begin another dive, but in a more controlled manner. The internal speakers come alive with a breathless and garbled announcement from the bridge. Starport's under attack. Many ships, maybe from Ogma. Strap in, and we'll get you down safe. And then after a few seconds, strap in now. Missile alert. And then the shuttle begins to evade violently. And that's where we're going to stop this session.
Oh God, we're all gonna die.
Game over, man. Game over.
That's right. And
When
you
we
would
get
have
back to the
missed
ship, we're
this if you
hunting
stayed
them.
on the ship.
This is the last time we don't scan before we get off the ship.
Guys, Shaq is having flashbacks of when he was ambushed and his ship blew the fuck up. Man.
That's right. Back when you were in there. I'm not sure if. I mean, I do have a picture, but it's after. Yeah, I don't have a passenger shuttle just doing evasive actions. Okay. Yeah, so we'll see you next week when missile impacts.
Oh, God.
If it hits.
Yeah.
It might not hit. It might be a good
We
dodge.
should.
These pilots seem like they're pretty competent.
We should have
This
taken
is
the next
secretly-
shuttle.
Yeah, no, this is secretly the reason he said he didn't want any of us staying on the ship. Because if we're gonna die, we're dying as a group, guys.
That's
Yeah,
right.
I blame Parth.
I didn't want to give it away, but you know, I don't want you guys to feel the need to like miss out on stuff.
Plot twist:
we
the
got you.
whole campaign takes place in the afterlife.
Next time,
We-
don't call till we get to low port.
In my defense, I'm used to game masters that are way nastier with stuff like that. So when I play games, it's usually best to leave somebody at camp to make sure everything is okay.
That seems miserable.
Yeah, that's awful.
So,
Yeah,
Derek,
Mason.
How did we do in your opinion?
Your camps were untouched.
All right,
Only
Francis.
because we
I'm
use
gonna
the
go to
playtest.
bed.
All right, guys.
If I need to update you guys on anything, just look for Discord. I'll be. If not, you know, just
Yep.
complain about the crash.
And poor guys.
Absolutely.
You haven't
Thank
crashed
very
yet. You haven't crashed yet. The ship is still. The shuttle pilots are doing their job. Yeah. Okay, that's where we're at.
All right.
All right, you guys have a good night.
Yeah, man.
Thanks for the game, everyone.
thanks, I
hope you have a
appreciate
great
it.
night.
Fun. Thank you very much.
Next week we won't have to
Appreciate
do.
it, Gary.
Next week we won't have to do like an hour of getting y'all set up.
The
All right.
prep work, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, you guys have a good night.
All right, cheers,
Right.
everyone.
Bye, guys.
And all of you guys online, thanks for sticking around that extra 15 minutes. I appreciate you. Yeah, this is Marooned on Marduk. We'll see how they do. I'm looking forward to next week.